Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the second day of Netflix and Hallyu 2022 conference. If you are joining us for the first time, welcome. Today, we have much more exciting and in-depth discussion at the end of the conference. Before we start, I would like to express a couple of things. As Professor Jin mentioned earlier yesterday, this conference has been the outcome of collaborative effort between two domestic universities, Seoul National University, Asia Center for Hallyu Studies, and Yonsei University, Institute of East and West Studies. And two individual scholars abroad, Professor Jin Dal-yong and Professor Lee Sang-jun. And it's been pure joy of working together. And I hope that we can see much more collaborative effort between Korean studies scholars in the future. And I also like to take this brief opportunity to express gratitude for those graduate students who have been working tirelessly behind the scene. Without their effort and brilliant preparation, we could not have this successful event. So I really want to thank you, those graduate students, An Hae-sang, Oh Min-jae from Seoul National University, and Kim Ye-jin from Yonsei University, and Kim Soo-yeon, who's sitting at the reception desk outside. I would also like to thank technician team. Please give them a round of applause. It's not easy operating hybrid conference, as you know. And they made everything so smooth. So it's been so wonderful. And I hope that everything goes smooth as well today. But more than anything else, I would like to make this point. We are beginning our official program today with a brief interview clip of Hwang Dong-hyuk, the director of Squid Game and mastermind behind that successful Netflix series. I must confess that all the researchers and teachers in the field of Korean Wave are deeply indebted to this creative artist who's making wonderful content these days. And without their creative screenwriting, directing, design, set design, and performance, this successful Korean Wave may not be possible. So we are, bluntly speaking, all the Korean Wave academics are kind of writing the Korean Wave. So thank you. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Professor Lee Sang-jun, who's going to introduce our official program of the director Hwang Dong-hyuk's Squid Game interview.
Thank you. Yes, I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Hwang Dong-hyuk, director of Squid Game. He and I, we've shared some memories. Well, when someone became famous, everyone appears and claims to have known him well. So perhaps I am doing the same thing today. I hope this does not offend you. Mr. Hwang was completing his MFA degree at USC when I was finishing my master's at UCLA Film School. These two schools were rival film schools in Southern California, as many people know, but there was no tension between us. In 2004, we were hired by Asian Airlines to select films for the airline's in-flight entertainment service. Back then, Mr. Hwang recently finished his graduate thesis film, Miracle Mile, with a Korean-American actor, Kal Yoon, a brother of Rick Yoon. It was about a Korean-American adoptee who was looking for his root. I still have a copy of his film, Miracle Mile, which is very powerful and touching. And then every time I show it to my student, and then they all loved it. Mr. Hwang's debut feature, My Father, which stars Daniel Henney as a Korean adoptee, seems to be a continuation of his short film, Miracle Mile. My Father was not a commercial success, but it was also not a failure. Since then, Mr. Hwang has made a number of films, including Silenced, and the fortress that are firmly rooted in Korean society, both its bright and dark side. Mr. Hwang is similar to Bong Joon-ho in this regard, I guess. Miss Granny, his first comedy film, was a big commercial success in both in domestic and overseas market. And CJ Entertainment has produced more than 7 regional remakes of Miss Granny, including in China, Japan, Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Turkey. And Mr. Hwang completed his first Netflix original series Squid Game in 2021, as we all know. Squid Game proved to be a game changer. I felt that the Korean film industry had reached its pinnacle when I saw Parasite winning at the Oscars. But I was wrong. Within a year, Yoon Yo-jung received her Best Supporting Actress award at Oscar. And Squid Game went on to become one of the most successful television series ever in history. And it is not the end. Squid Game as a franchise or a universe will continue. Mr. Hwang expressed an interest in attending our conference. However, his busy schedule, he is currently residing in the United States. Instead, Professor Hwang Seok-kyung visited him and asked him questions on our behalf before his departure to the US. So, please welcome Mr. Hwang and enjoy our 16-minute video interview.
언론정보학과 홍석경 교수입니다.
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 황동혁 감독님 안녕하세요. 흔쾌히 수락해 주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 언론정보학과 학부를 나오셨는데 마지막 학교 온 게 언제세요?
작년에도 한번 가본 것 같은데.
아, 그러세요? 오실 일이 있구나. 네, 그래서 제가 학생들한테 좀 물었습니다. 뭐가 궁금한지 했더니 정말 많은 내용을 얘기하는데 제가 몇 가지만 여쭐 거고, 그리고 이제 마지막으로 이 컨퍼런스를 위해서 한 말씀, 이런 인사 같은 얘기하고 끝내면 될 것 같습니다.
한 작품으로 제가 그렇게 얘기하기 사실 좀 어렵고요. 그래도 기억에 남는 제가 좋아하는 영화를 대라고 한다면 옛날 미국 영화들, Once Upon a Time in America, The Hunter 같은, 나중에 영화 감독이 되면 그런 영화를 한번 만들어 보고 싶다라는 그런 생각을 했었던 것 같고요. 남자애들은 만화 가게에 자주 가고 어릴 때부터 많이 봐서 만화를 엄청 좋아하는데 일본 만화들 참 많이 봤고요. 어깨동무니 소년중앙인이 하는 그런 매달 연재되던 만화들도 많이 봤고요. 만화로 좋아하는 거 하나 대라면 슬램덩크 같은 만화를 굉장히 좋아했습니다. 제일 중요한 요소죠. 왜냐하면 자본을 들여서 뭘 만들어내고 그 자본을 다시 이제 회수해서 자본을 투입한 사람들에게 이익을 돌려주기 위해서는 저는 그것이 상업 예술을 하는 사람들의 큰 책임이자 의무라고 생각하는데요. 그러기 위해서는 이제 수용자의 반응이 와야 되니까요. 그들이 좋아하지 않고선 존재할 수 없는 게 대중예술이라 항상 제일 먼저 고려를 합니다. 그건 제가 의식하지 않으려고 노력을 하는데 그럼에도 불구하고 의식될 수밖에 없는 것이라 오히려 의식하지 않으려고 노력을 한다라고 보시면 될 것 같아요. 의식하고 하는 편은 아닌 것 같은데요. 각각 작품마다 대하는 게 조금씩은 다른 것 같아요. 물론 그 안에 한 사람이 만든 거기 때문에 공통적으로 흐르는 어떤 정서라든가 스타일이 발견되는 건 당연하다고 보는데, 예를 들면 도가니는 이 묻혀져 있던, 저도 잘 모르고 있던 사건을 알려서 다시 사회의 수면 위로 끌어올려서 다시 논의를 할 수 있는 그런 어떤 실마리, 단서를 만들어야 한다는 그런 사명감 같은 게 상당히 있었고요. 수상한 그녀 같은 경우는 그것과 전혀 반대로 이 작품을 쓰고 만드는 과정 내내 즐기고 싶어서 이렇게 따뜻하고 즐거운 이야기를 만드는 나 자신도 즐기고 보는 사람들도 함께 즐길 수 있는 그런 의도로 좀 만들었고요. 남한산성 같은 경우는 저 나름의 어떤 이상향을 만들고 싶어서 하는 예술적 성취 욕구가 또 제일 강했던 작품이에요. 그래서 그 안에 흐르는 어떤 정서는 뭐 같은 사람의 것이기 때문에 비슷할지언정 만들 당시의 의도는 조금씩 다 달랐던 것 같습니다. 성공시키려고 만든 거라 성공을 하기 위한 많은 장치들을 그 안에 넣었고 많은 사람들이 재미있어하고 공감할 수 있을 것이다라는 믿음으로 만들었기 때문에 사실 뭐 물론 그것 이상을 뛰어넘는 너무나 엄청난 성공을 거둬서 이렇게까지라고 저도 생각한 적은 있지만 재미있는 작품을 만들겠다라는 욕심과 확신이 있었던 작품이고요. 근데 그것을 좀 뛰어넘는 어떤 걸 본 건 사람들이 어떤 몰입할 수 있는 현대의 지금 어떤 시대 정신과 누군가 뭐 자이트가이스트를 건드렸다고 하는데 그것과 맞아떨어지는 어떤 그 지점들이 있어서 이렇게 많은 사람들이 다 전 뭐 문화와 언어를 넘어서 공감을 하신 것 같아요. 점점 다 이 엄청난 경쟁과 빈부의 격차를 겪고 있는 것들이 뭐 거의 모든 사회와 나라의 일이라 그만큼 공감대가 넓어지는 지점이 생겼던 것 같고요. 그 또 한 가지 제가 이렇게 많은 나라에서 똑같이 좋아해 주시는 걸 보면서 느꼈던 건 언어의 장벽을 넘기 위해서는 그 버벌한 것이 위주가 되는 작품보다는 non 버벌한 것들이 위주가 되는 작품이 훨씬 더 쉽다고 생각을 하거든요. 말보다는 그 보여지는 비주얼이나 이미지들이 훨씬 더 강렬하고 더 위주가 되는 작품들이라 누구나 뭐 쉽게 이해하고 공감하고 관심을 가질 수 있는 그런 요소들이 흔히 보는 드라마의 그 말로 많이 이루어진 드라마보다는 크로스 컬처한 게 있지 않았나라는 생각을 합니다. 요즘 특히 넷플릭스 작품이 좀 그런 게 많이 나오긴 하는데요. 뭐, 다 디스토피아적인 뭐, 스위트홈도 그랬던 것 같고, 웹툰 베이스이기도 하고, DP도 뭐 군대에서 힘든 얘기였고, 뭐, 오징어 게임 다음에 지옥도 디스토피아적인 요소가 있는 거고. 뭐, 그냥 저도 만든 사람의 입장에서 생각해 보면 한국 사회가 그만큼, 경쟁이 심한 사회인 것 같아요. 제가 느끼기에는. 어느 사회보다도 더 물질에 집착하고, 성공에 집착하고, 그걸 위해서 경쟁을 해야 된다라고 몰려가고 있는 그런 모습이 다른 나라보다 더 심한 것 같아요. 거기다가 엄청나게 발달한 네트워크로 연결된 사회라 인구 밀도도 높지만 전반적인 스트레스 지수도 높고 거기다가 인터넷으로 인한 심리적인 인구 밀도는 정말 저는 상상을 더 초월한다라고 생각을 해요. 그래서 그 사회적인 어떤 스트레스들을 훨씬 더 빨리 많이 느끼는 것이 아닌가라는 생각을 합니다. 그리고 끊임없는 어떤 전쟁과 자기도 모르는 이런 공포의 위협 속에서 그 몇 수십 년을 이미 살아왔고요. 그래서 다른 나라 사람들보다 더 조금 더 이 힘겨워하는 그 느낌들이 정신적으로 있지 않나 하는 생각을 해봅니다. 그래서 계속 이런 디스토피아적인 작품이 나오는 것 같고. 뭐 어쨌든 뭐 이 절망을 제대로 이 힘든 것들을 제대로 응시하면서 그걸 객관화해서 타자화시킬 수 있는 작품들을 만들어서 보여주는 것 자체가 근데 또한 동시에 그걸 극복하고자 하는 의지가 굉장히 강한 민족이 아닌가 그런 나라의 사람들이 아닌가라고 생각을 해요. 그런 걸 다른 어떤 말랑말랑한 뭐 당위점을 씌워서 캡슐로 덮어서 숨기는 것이 아니라 그것을 좀 직시하려는 또한 그런 강한 의지가 있지 않나. 그래서 이런 작품들이 또 나오지 않나라는 생각을 합니다. 넷플릭스라고 해서 큰 차이가 있는 것은 아니고요. 다만 극장용 상업 영화를 개봉하는 것과는 달리 좀 자유로운 요소들이 있죠. 시간과 형식의 제약을, 내용의 소재의 제약을 덜 받는다는 것인 것 같습니다. 제가 오징어 게임을 영화로도 만들어 보려고 했고, 뭐 지상파 드라마라도 생각을 해본 적이 있었는데 아무래도 소재와 시간의 제약이 강한 곳이고 그러다 보면 뭐 심야로 몰려가야 될 거고 시간대가 상업성이 떨어진다는 판단을 할 것이기 때문에 그 투자자 입장에서는 제작비를 줄이려고 할 것이고 그러다 보면 당연히 퀄리티가 내려갈 것이기 때문에 이런 OTT 외에는 만들 수 없는 소재의 작품이라고 생각을 했습니다. 그래서 거기다 또 형식적으로도 뭐 지상파는 60분이건 70분이건 딱 못을 박아서 한 회를 끝내야 되고 그것이 지금은 좀 바뀌고 있지만 예전에는 미니 시리즈가 16부작 이상이어야 하고 뭐 이런 포맷들이 딱 결정되어 있었는데 이건 자기가 하고 싶은 얘기를 회마다 길이에 아무 관계없이 전체적인 에피소드 숫자에 관계없이 하고 싶은 길이로 마음대로 할 수 있는 그런 상대적인 굉장히 큰 자유가 주어졌기 때문에 그것이 가장 큰 차이였고 또 여긴 아무래도 글로벌 마켓을 대상으로, 오디언스를 대상으로 작품을 만드는 곳이기 때문에 한국에서는 안 먹혀라고 흔히들 이야기하는 그런 것들도 훨씬 더 자유롭게 그 받아들여주는 분위기가 넷플릭스 가장 다른 지점이었던 것 같습니다. 그리고 아무래도 상업용 극장 영화를 만들 때는 뭐 검열이라든가 수익 그런 것에 대한 제약이 많았고 끊임없는 요구들이 있었는데 상대적으로 넷플릭스는 이제 그런 것에 대한 규제가 별로 없기 때문에 창작자에겐 굉장히 자유로운 환경이 주어졌던 것 같습니다. 근데 이게 또 요즘 뭐 들어보면 너무 이걸 또 판타지를 가지시면 안 되는 게 여기도 마찬가지로 큰 돈을 투자해서 결국은 수익을 얻고자 하는 곳이라 아무래도 조금 더 인지도가 있는 사람들에게는 더 창작의 자유를 좀 더 열어주고 아무래도 조금 더 불안하고 자신들이 좀 신뢰할 수 없는 작품들이나 프로젝트나 사람들에 대해서는 조금 더 간섭을 한다라는 얘기 많이 들었어요. 그래서 아무리 그래도 상대적으로는 글로벌 OTT가 플랫폼들이 상대적으로 더 자유로운 환경에 있는 건 맞는 것 같습니다. 그쵸. 좀 구별해서 쓰긴 해야 될 것 같은데요. 시리즈라고 이제는 불러야 좀 아마 그
네,
얘기가 맞을 겁니다. 드라마라고 하면 시리즈의 드라마 장르를 드라마라고 하기 때문에
그렇죠.
어쨌든 시리즈가 처음이었고 다른 잘된 그 성공한 미국 시리즈들을 좀 찾아보면서 가장 중요한 기술을 좀 배우려고 좀 어떻게 했나 연구를 좀 했었죠. 그게 이제 뭐 흔히 시리즈 엔딩에 나오는 이제 클리프행어라고 부르는 그 다음 화를 보게 만드는 호기심을 자극하는 궁금증 유발하는 그런 장치들을 얘기하는 건데 그래서 그런 걸 좀 보고 저도 매 화의 엔딩에 절대로 여기서 못 멈추게 하는 어떤 그런 장치들을 집어넣으려고 노력을 많이 했습니다. 그게 어느 정도 좀 성공을 해서 오징어 게임 같은 경우는 이제 빈지 워칭을 한 그 퍼센티지가 굉장히 높은 드라 시리즈로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 그게 어느 정도 성공은 한 것 같습니다. 그 전략이. 하나 말씀드리면 아직 확실히 이게 컨펌이 된 게 아니라 오피셜리 시즌 2, 3가 결정이 되지는 않았습니다. 아직도
네.
협상 과정에 있고요. 공식적으로 시즌 2, 3가 확정이 되어 있지 않습니다. 넷플릭스 입장에서 넷플릭스가 IP를 소유한 지금 소유자이기 때문에 저랑 협상이 어긋나서 안 한다고 해도 다른 창작자를 데려다가 뭐 그들의 입장에서는 2, 3를 할 수도 있겠죠. 그게 아마 모든 플랫폼들이 이제 저작권 문제에 대해서 굉장히 지금 다들 뭐 창작자들과 예민한 지금 갈등 관계에 있을 텐데 모든 조건이 한국에서는 기본적으로 미국에서도 아직 마찬가지일 겁니다. 이거 할 때는 IP 자체를 플랫폼에 넘기는 조건으로 다들 하고요. 그 다음에 이제 그거에 대한 그런 성공을 했을 경우 또는 유명 크리에이터의 경우 보상을 받을 것인가는 이제 사이드에 다른 이제 부수적인 계약들이 존재하는 거죠. 어차피 이 플랫폼이 지금 현재까지는 주 수익원이 거의 그 구독료에 의존을 하고 있기 때문에 성공을 한다고 할지라도 그걸 평가해서 그걸 어떻게 나눌지에 대한 것들이 굉장히 어렵습니다. 어쨌든 기본적으로 뭐 저도 그 처음에 받는 피 외에 제 했을 때 받는 제가 가질 수 있는 권리는 어떤 것들을 넣을 수 있을지 지금 고민을 하고 있고 사람들하고 얘기를 하고 있고 연구를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 아직 이게 미국에서도 굉장히 여러 가지가 시도가 되고 있는 좀 복잡한 문제라고 알고 있습니다. 디즈니가 이제 마블 만화들을 원천 소스로 해서 작품들을 만들어내고 그걸 드라마로 영화로 확장하고 게임으로 뭐 상품으로 머천다이징으로 하듯이 당연히 뭐 이런 좋은 IP가 하나 나오면 그런 것들을 다 사업적인 측면에서 고려를 하겠죠. 지금 그런 것으로 알고 있고요. 안 그러면 넷플릭스라는 플랫폼도 구독료에만 의존해서는 견딜 수 없는 레드오션이라는 것들을 그들이 이제 주가로 입증을 하고 있는 것이라서 아마 다른 수익선을 창구를 마련하기 위해서 모든 노력을 다 할 거고 스피드 게임은 그런 면에서 가장 좋은 IP인 거죠. 다시 나오기 힘들 정도로 그런 많은 요소들을 가지고 있는 그런 컨텐츠라서 그런 노력들을 지금 엄청나게 열심히 연구들을 하고 있을 겁니다. 그렇죠. 이걸 제가 이걸 또 다 혼자 한다고 한다면 제 앞으로의 한 5, 6년이 또
네,
이것에 묻혀서 다 날아갈 것이라서 누군가의 조력을 이제 좀 받아야겠다라는 생각은 하고 있습니다. 그래서 뭐 저보다 더 좋아해 주시는 분들이 지금 너무 많아서 유튜브에만 들어가 봐도 시즌 2, 3의 예상과 뭐
네,
예상
네,
전개
이미,
줄거리와 이런 것들이 넘쳐나는
네,
뭐 제가 쓸 때 아마 그것도 좀 참조할 수 있을 것 같고요. 일단 그만큼 관심들이 많고 좋아해 주시는 분들이 많아서 도움을 줄 수 있는 작가들이라든지 뭐 그런 분들을 좀 찾아서 같이 해볼 생각은 하고 있습니다. 뭐 그런 것들이 있긴 한데 오히려 저는 요즘 느끼는 건 한국 내에서 그런 것들이 훨씬 더 예민하고 첨예해서 뭐 젠더 문제라든지 뭐 어떤 이 폴리티컬한 이슈들에 대한 한국 내에서 수용자들과 언론이 훨씬 더 그 문제에 대해서 더 오히려 저는 외국보다 더 예민하지 않나? 뭐 라는 생각을 해요. 얼마 전에 승리호라는 영화가 나왔는데 그 뭐 거기서
네,
그 브래드 머리를
네,
진성규 씨가 한 걸 가지고 한국 내에서 막 그걸 흑인의 어떤 그 아픔이 있는 헤어스타일인데 그걸 뭐 함부로 했다라고 해서 오히려 한국에서 더 시끄러웠던 기억이 있습니다. 해외보다도. 진짜 그것이 이제 미국 시장이나 갔을 때 그들이 뭐 거기에 있는 흑인분들이나 뭐 아니면 거기에 있는 문화 연구를 하시는 분들이 그렇게까지 그걸 비난을 할 만한 일이었나를 다시 한번 돌이켜보면 아닐 수도 있다라고 저는 생각을 하거든요. 뭐 그런 것들이 오히려 더 한국이 예민하지 않나라는 생각이 들어서 오히려 뭐 해외를 걱정하는 게 아니라
네,
아직까지
국내에서, 네,
한국에서 예, 비판받고 하는 그런 목소리가 나오는 것들에만 더 귀를 기울여도 다른 나라에서 오히려 문제가 없지 않을까라는 생각을 해봅니다. 제가 뭐 학자분들한테 뭘 바란다고 얘기하는 건 되게 무서운 일 같고요. 근데 보통은 이제 뭐 문화 연구나 이런 것들이 보통의 경우에는 어떤 문화적 현상들이나 사회적 현상들이 먼저 나오고 그것이 왜 이런 것들이 나왔는지를 분석하고 그리고 앞으로 미래에 그럼 어떻게 될 것인가까지를 예측하는 것이라고 생각을 하거든요. 기존의 것들 연구하셔서 미래에 우리 문화가 어떻게 돼야 될지 무엇이 주도하게 될지를 미리 예측을 해주실 수 있다면 제가 그것을 좀 보고 좋은 작품을 또 만드는 어떤 아이디어로 삼았으면 좋겠습니다. 공부를 손 놓은 지가 오래돼서 언론정보학과 대학원 석사과정을 수료하다가 논문도 안 쓰고 이제 공부에 손을 놓은 지가 오래돼서 이런 학술 행사에 초대된 것이 좀 부끄럽기도 하고 좀 얼떨떨하기도 한데요. 제가 어쨌든 한국인으로서 한국 문화의 한 부분을 맡고 담당해서 이제 만들어가는 입장에서 이런 한류 연구를 학자분들께서 해주신다는 것에 너무 감사를 드리고요. 저희들은 각자 뭐 개미처럼 풀뿌리로 흩어져서 각자 맡은 그냥 작품들을 열심히 할 뿐이지만 학자분들이 이걸 하나의 흐름으로 잘 엮어서 모아서 여기 어떤 의미를 부여해 주시고 그리고 앞으로의 발전 방향을 제시해 주실 수 있다면 이 만드는 어떤 크리에이터로서도 너무 도움이 될 것 같고 좋은 일이 될 것 같습니다. 계속 좋은 연구 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. We'll take a short break, about 6 minutes, and we'll be back at 9. Okay, thank you for coming to our conference, day 2. So let's start our session number 6. The theme of the session is global and local. So let me introduce our channel of the session, Professor Won Yong-jin. Professor Yong-jin Won is Professor of Communication and Cultural Studies at Seogang University. I just found out that he retires at the end of this year. So probably this conference will be his last participation at the international conference before his retirement. So please give him a warm applause for his contribution to the field. Okay, now floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sang-jun Lee, for your kind introduction. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone all around the world. We'll start our first session of the second day. Some great ideas has been introduced through yesterday's session, and valuable questions were raised. And despite the limited amount of time, we hope such questions and discussions lead to good future research. Also, for today's session, I expect insightful presentation and discussions. The title of the first session today is Local and Global. 3 presentations are scheduled for the session, and each presenter is given 50 minutes. After 3 presentations, 10 minutes discussion is followed. Then each presenter will be given 3 minutes to respond. After communication between the speakers and the discussant, the moderator, I will collect questions and comments from YouTube and audience on floor, which are then delivered to presenters. Without further ado, let me introduce the first speaker. The first speaker, Kristen Kim, is a PhD student at Korea University. She is a former reporter and broadcaster. Her research interests in contemporary Korean media and critical theory. Today, she'll present capitalizing on cultural flows and Korean wave toward a better understanding of Netflix international original content strategy, which was co-authored by 5 researchers. She'll give presentation on behalf of her colleagues today. Christine, are you on?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Hello, everybody, and good morning. My name is Kristen Kim from Korea University's School of Media and Communication, and today I will be presenting on our research titled Capitalizing on Contraflows and the Korean Wave Towards a Better Understanding of Netflix's International Content Strategy. Now, as we have discussed numerous times throughout this conference, Squid Game has reached a surprising number of fans worldwide, and this was only the first in over 80 titles, Okja, in a diverse pipeline of South Korean Netflix originals content. Now, Netflix plans to invest over $500 million on South Korean original movies and TV shows in 2021 alone, and approximately $700 million in over 80 Korean originals from 2015 through 2020. Now, we would like to note and emphasize that recent scholarship has characterized the Korean wave as a significant contraflow to Western dominant transnational pop culture, and this is where we would like to situate our literature. Now, as previous presenters have also expressed, Netflix has used a 3-stage expansion process. So it is worth noting that instead of entering all markets at once, Netflix refrained from this, and instead it started slowly in countries like Canada that were similar to the US home market, then in its second phase, rolling out to countries in Latin America, and last but not least, in countries in the European and Indian regions. Now, it is worth noting that global expansion has been highly profitable for Netflix. Netflix has more worldwide subscribers than all other streaming services combined, and its international streaming revenues exceeds its domestic gains. And also, Netflix has focused on catering its content to global audiences using many localization techniques, such as dubbings, translations, and subtitling, ensuring further integration and heightened appeal for other local markets. Now, this has been seen as a strategic reaction to the competition of other mega media conglomerates, namely HBO Max, Peacock, Apple, Amazon, you name it. So Netflix has been committed to creating its own exclusive content as opposed to negotiating expensive deals for rights with other content holders. And now, by producing content abroad in countries such as South Korea, Netflix can simultaneously save costs and cater to local tastes. However, we decided to conduct this study because not many studies have yet empirically explored quantitatively the differences between South Korean and other nations' Netflix original content. So these are the research questions we hope to explore through our study. First, what are the macro level trends in the production of global non-US Netflix original content for the past 6 years? And the past 6 years meaning from the very first Netflix originals produced. We wanted to see if there are any significant trends across time and if there are any other significant differences among regions and nations. Second, what is the distribution of genre keywords across global non-US Netflix original content? And is there any significance to their distribution? Similarly, we want to see similar patterns in their descriptive keywords, which we will elaborate on in just a minute. And last but not least, does South Korean Netflix originals content carry any unique characteristics compared to those of other countries? Now we can divide our methodology into mainly two sections, the first being data collection and the second being our data analysis. Now, as many of our participants are aware, Netflix does not provide a comprehensive database or list of all of its Netflix originals content. Hence, we made a great effort to try to collect all Netflix originals non-US across the world. Now, first, we used online databases such as IMDb and Wikipedia to construct a list of such originals from 2007 all the way through 2021. Then, in order to ensure that we do not miss any content, we used further blogs and websites to add to our database. And our 4 researchers divided the data to collect the following information, including title, language, genre keywords. This content is descriptive keywords, release year, running time, and number of episodes. Now, in order to make sure that we did not miss any content, we also partook in 2 additional stages of cross-checking for typos, duplicate data, blanks, and miscoding errors, which were fixed. Now, after our data collection, we proceeded to our data analysis. Now, for our descriptive analysis, we could find distribution trends year over year, as well as by continent, region, and country through a cross analysis. We also used a Monte Carlo test and used the SPSS statistical tool to try to find any significance in the genre keyword and descriptive keyword distributions by country. Last but not least, we also conducted a network analysis using the quantification 3 tool in R and NetMiner, and we further sort of visualized an analysis of our genre keywords and our descriptive keywords, which we will share with you shortly. Now, we wanted to further elaborate on the kind of data we were collecting. So as you can see, this is an example of the kind of page that many people see when they access a Netflix originals content. Now, when we say genre keywords that were collected in our data, we're referring to here the bottom right corner where you can see keywords following genres. So in this case, they were sci-fi movies, action, and adventure. And below this, you can see the this movie is category, which we call descriptive keywords. So usually this category is followed by a couple of descriptive adjectives. And in this case, exciting was the descriptive keyword. Just to give you an even better picture, this is yet another South Korean Netflix original. You can see here the genre keywords, and there are descriptive keywords as well. And for each content of Netflix originals, such genre keywords and descriptive keywords range from 1 to 5. Also, to further clarify our methodology, this is just a sample data set we wanted to show you. As you can see, we coded for title, whether it was a TV show or movie, as well as the country, more specifically a smaller region, as well as the genre keywords on the right as the descriptive keywords, which really serve as the crux of our given study. Now, without further ado, I would like to move into the results of our study. And in this first section, we can really see some enlightening information about distribution trends worldwide. So year over year, Netflix content has certainly grown for the past 6 years with a significant jump between 2017 to 2018. And we would like to note that this is parallel to the growth of Netflix users overall. By continent, Europe held 382 contents, so the most, followed by Asia, which also led with 288 contents, 31%, which we have assessed as a very noteworthy proportion. And Europe and Asia combined make up for a total of 74% of total non-US Netflix original content, which we also deem to be quite significant. Now, we also further broke this down by region, and we could find that Western Europe, East Asia, Southern Europe, North America, and Northern Europe held the most Netflix originals content. And we wanted to highlight that East Asia came second, and it is the only Asian region among the top 5 European and American regions. Now, by national distribution, France led with 83 contents, and it was followed by Spain, India, Japan, and Mexico. Now, among nations, we want to note that Korea came 10th with 40 Netflix originals content, and as we can see, most of the content is concentrated in Europe, Asia, and South America. Now, by region, we wanted to see where Korea stood, especially in terms of Asia, and we saw that Korea was the third highest number of Netflix original content holder. And the presence of sort of South Korea's content, both overall and within its region, we must note does not particularly stand out. So against the backdrop of mega hits such as Squid Game, such numbers could be interpreted to mean that South Korean Netflix originals are cost effective and definitely help Netflix's bottom line. Now we would like to move on to our genre keyword analysis. So as we express the genre keywords or the genre keywords given by Netflix to all of its originals and non-originals content, and we wanted to see if there was a significance in the distribution of these keywords across countries. Now, using a Monte Carlo test, we found the value to be 0.000, meaning that there is indeed a significant difference in genre distribution across countries, meaning that certain genre keywords are not allotted to certain countries at random, but that there is a significant difference and pattern in the way that they are distributed. We also further conducted a social network analysis of countries' genre keywords. Now, when we see this visualization of the social network analysis, we would like to clarify that when we describe something as being the center of a data set, it refers to this keyword having high frequency as well as prominence in the data set. Now, countries that comprise the central community dimension of A, this dimension below here, are France, Spain, Korea, Germany, Brazil, Mexico, and more. And genres that comprise the central community of A are TV dramas, crime TV shows, comedies, dramas, TV thrillers, and teen TV shows. Now, right now we are focusing on discussing the first dimension below here, but as you can see, there is a second dimension above, comprised mainly with Japan at its center. So in order to further understand this, we use the R tool for a quantification 3 analysis. So as you can see, we could find 2 large dimensions here, the A dimension, which we just explored, but the B dimension, which is a peripheral community dimension. Now, this dimension was made up of mainly Japan and its related keywords. And this means that the character of this dimension is completely different from those of any other countries. And we attributed this significant difference to the fact that Japan has many anime keywords, and Japan is characterized by lots of anime characteristics, which made it very distinct, thus allowing for it to have its own peripheral community dimension. Now, we would like to move on to our descriptive keyword analysis. We similarly with the descriptive keywords ran a Monte Carlo test and found the value to be also 0.000, meaning that there is indeed a highly statistically significant difference in the distribution of descriptive keywords across countries, meaning that there is some statistical significance to the types of descriptive keywords that are allotted to each country. Now, the most frequent descriptive keywords we could find included emotional, suspenseful, dark, romantic, and exciting. And the countries that form the center dimension in our social network analysis of descriptive keywords included Spain, France, Mexico, Brazil, Germany, and Korea was indeed included as well. So given that we have a general overview of all Netflix originals content, we also thought we should take a deeper dive into Korean Netflix originals to address our last research question. Are there any sort of significant unique characteristics that Korean Netflix originals carry? Now here you can see that we took a deeper dive into Korean genre distribution, and indeed K-dramas were the most frequent. TV followed by TV dramas, comedies based on webtoon had the highest frequency. So as somewhat expected, we decided that the K-drama is indeed a powerful product and branding tool. Second, we also wanted to further explore the sub-dimensions within Korean Netflix originals, and we found that the first dimension of K-dramas is comprised by crime, TV drama, sitcom, and sci-fi TV. The second dimension included lifestyle, food travel, and reality TV. And there was a third minor dimension comprised of kids TV and TV cartoons. So these are the three main networks that exist within the South Korean Originals Network. Now, we conducted a two-mode normalized degree centrality analysis. And while this is a rather complicated statistical analysis tool, very easily put, we wanted to see how many genre keywords, the sheer quantity of coverage that each country covered. Now, we were surprised to find out that although Korea does not hold as many number of contents, because as we explored, they are only 10th in terms of nations, they showed a high degree of centrality. In our degree of centrality analysis, South Korea ranked 3rd of all countries. And this signifies that Korea carries a diverse array of genres. They carry a significant number of genre keywords across the board. So we want to say that those shows like Squid Game and K-dramas were indeed the mega hits. There are in fact a large variety in genres of Korean Netflix originals. For example, game shows or yenin were also a focus of South Korean Netflix original content. However, they simply did not receive as much attention or success as other K-dramas such as Squid Game. Now we wanted to go in depth a little more into the social network analysis, and for your convenience, we have highlighted Korea's connecting nodes. As you can see, romantic, emotional, suspenseful, dark, and exciting were the most tightly connected nodes in our social network analysis. And we also want to note, however, that they were only the top 3 keywords by a very small margin, and a variety of other keywords were also equally frequent. So much like the genre keywords, we would like to note that the descriptive keywords were also very well distributed, and that Korean original content covered a wide array of descriptive keywords as well. We would like to finish with a couple of concluding thoughts based on our analysis. Now, though Korea only ranks 10th in terms of the number of Netflix originals, it's worth noting that it falls within the central community dimension along with other countries such as India and regions in Europe, making it a significant country within the network. It was also surprising to us that Korean content is not actually heavily focused on specific genres. In fact, we interpret this to mean that Netflix is investing in, and Korean investors are trying to receive Netflix investments by pitching a wide variety of genres. Now, although Korea offers a wide variety of genres, as I just noted, dramas such as Squid Game are the exceptional mega hits. Now, if such media buzz can serve as a viral marketing tool and is deemed valuable, particularly considering that there are comparatively fewer Netflix originals content from South Korea, then South Korean Netflix originals is indeed a very smart investment for Netflix that helps its bottom line. So we want to conclude by saying that despite significant media coverage and hype, our statistical analysis quantitatively reveals that South Korean Netflix original content does not show many distinctly unique characteristics that set it apart from other countries. So while indeed we should certainly celebrate the Korean wave as a meaningful contraflow, we would like to suggest that future media scholars should strive to sort of figure out the more nuanced and delicate ways in which South Korean Netflix original content has taken center stage in the global media landscape. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much, Christine. Okay, let's move on to the second presentation. Professor Joo Kim will talk about Korean Netflix originals. Professor Kim is an assistant professor of communication at Texas A&M International University. Her research interests include global media systems and industries and production culture. You can find her works in a variety of academic journals, including Feminist Media Studies, Media, Culture, and Society. The title of her presentation today is The Aesthetics of Korean Netflix Originals: Expressive Creativity and Autonomous Decision in Media Production. Professor Kim, are you on? Professor Kim, your mic is off.
I think, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Won, for the great introduction, and thanks everybody to come to my presentation. I'm Okja Kim from Texas A&M International University, and today I'm going to talk about my paper entitled, it's ongoing paper project entitled The Aesthetics of Korean Netflix Originals: Expressive Creativity and Autonomous Decisions in Media Production. So throughout yesterday's sessions, many scholars talked about how globally networked streaming platforms have transformed the landscape of media production, distribution, and consumption. And in this presentation, I would like to focus on what happens on the production side. This paper includes some reflections on the relationship between global streaming platforms and local creators, focusing on Korean media practitioners' expressive creativity and autonomous decisions associated with Netflix in the past years. An overarching question I'm dealing with is, how do Korean media creators offer an experience that is different but simultaneously in common? Then some follow-up questions include what motivates Korean creators to work with Netflix, which material conditions has Netflix provided to these creators, and in what ways, in what ways have Korean creators practiced their expressive creativities in these material conditions? And how do these Korean Netflix originals reflect the changes in Korean creators' perceptions of media creation? To answer these questions, I echo Rangser's idea of aesthesis, referring to the sensible fabric of experience. He used this term to discuss the mode of experience in the context of production. In his perspective, two factors determine our mode of experience in social techniques of production. The one is material conditions of production and distribution, such as platforms and systems. And the other is the mode of perception, such as thought patterns that categorize and interpret experiences. And these two factors, material conditions and the mode of perception, determine which kind of words, shapes, movements, and rhythms we feel and view as an art. This notion helps us understand the consistent reformulation of art. When creators adopt images, objects, and performances that do not belong to the notion of fine art, they need to transform their perceptions, interpretations of art. In other words, they consistently redefine the notion of art by deconstructing artistic specificities. And in this view, the role of artists is to merge artistic specificities with those that belong to other sphere of experience. As he argues, if an artistic event occurs only when it makes changes in the paradigm of arts, scholars should configure what produces a revolutionary event in art. This includes the space for the artistic event and the sensible community that accumulates new perceptions, interpretations, emotions, and ideas for the creation of this event. Borrowing from his idea of aesthesis, I argue streaming platforms as a space where media creators attempt to deconstruct the artistic boundaries of television and film. Since the middle of the 1990s, premium television channels have blurred the boundaries of these two forms of audiovisual creation by inviting filmmakers to produce quality television series. New media technologies, such as streaming services and smartphones, deepen and expand the artistic influence of this televisual spectacle. In 2017, in the first ever television issue of The New Yorker, Rothman and Overbay argued that television has indeed transitioned from a commercial reality into a form of art. As they pointed out, if television series have made aesthetic impacts on the audience's daily lives, we may have to discuss the streaming platform's original series as an art form as well. How do Netflix originals as a new form of artistic creation reflects transformations in the mode of sensible experience in Korean media production? First of all, its material conditions, such as a mode of local production and global distribution, distinguish Netflix from other competitors locally and globally, and invigorate its collaborations with the local creators. Netflix material condition allows local media creators to imagine and realize a different type of stories, images, and performances. As an example, Korean media creators could realize their ideas, which are not familiar to and therefore are unwelcomed in their society. Kingdom, the first Netflix original series, is an example. The zombie genre has been rarely broadcast on Korean major networks because this type of storytelling involves great expense, but domestic viewership is not guaranteed. That is a possible reason why Eun-hee Kim had to work with Netflix, even though she was one of the few television writers who had a high reputation with domestic viewers. Squid Game had a similar story, as we just heard from the director Dong-hyuk Hwan. He mentioned in his acceptance speech for the 2021 Godam Awards, view in the Korean film industry were positive about his idea because they thought it quote, unrealistic, too violent, absurd, and weird. These creators alternatively chose Netflix as a collaborator because its globally networked audiences are large enough to embrace the locally unwelcomed ideas. Another material condition that this streaming service has established is its own production policies, offering creators the opportunity to produce their projects with less institutional intervention. As indicated in the quotes from media interviews here, Korean creators who worked with Netflix appreciated its policy that guarantees the creators autonomy in the production process, while relieving the economic burden of production budgets and revenues. In this new environment, they could take different steps in visualizing sets, characters, and scenes, moving beyond the conventional restrictions on their previous works. Netflix policy allowing creators free rein leads transformations in the mode of perception. On the one hand, Korean media creators developed the regime of Netflix originals, deconstructing the boundaries of television and film. They attempted to merge the artistic specificities of television and film through collaborations and modifications. Previously in her career, Kim wrote a 16 to 20 episode long television series. However, For the first season of Kingdom, Kim made only 6 episodes. She worked with the film director Sang-hoon Kim for this project and attempted to integrate their different experiences and standards to develop a new form of storytelling and visualization. Similarly, Hwang, a filmmaker, adapted his idea for a film Squid Game into a 9-episode-long original series. He adapted a television series character building and narrative structures to make audiences binge watch the show. On the other hand, Korean creators could challenge a social boundary of imagination and expression through Netflix originals. One main reason that Korean creators chose Netflix was that their ideas are not suitable for traditional broadcasting. Specifically, the portrayal of violence and nudity in Korean originals often collides with social norms and conventions. Because of that, Korean media creators increasingly consider Netflix the space for aesthetic experiment and expressive creativity with fewer obligations regarding social expectations. In the global streaming era, Korean creators have drawn considerable attention from the transnational audience. They offer these geographically and culturally diverse viewers something different but still relatable. 2 factors I would point out in this matter: media products as the artistic construction of social reality and the ethos of the creator as the maintenance of cultural legacy. In his essay, Film and Expressionism, Kurtz describes film as the artificial construction of reality. For him, the role of the film director is to abstract shots and dialogues from the reality that people experience and then arrange them into a new form. In this creative process, film directors should not disregard naturalism as a requirement for the art form, but the cinematographic depiction of reality as an artificial product. I also echo the arguments of Lur and Islands regarding the ethos of the creator as the production of a legacy for future generations. As they pointed out, if the production of the legacy is one direction that creators are taking, local creators may possibly aim to sustain the legacy of difference against West-centric standards and views which have been locally pervasive through media and pop culture. In other words, to sustain the legacy of difference in the global context, local creators aim to apply self-reflexivity to the locally established mode of experience. Echoing the role and ethos of media creators, I argue Korean Netflix originals are the political space where Korean creators consistently reformulate their perceptions, interpretations to translate local reality into an artificial imaginary. They merge local bound characters, dialogues, sounds, and locations with Hollywood-styled camera shots, sequences, and mise-en-scène. Through this merging process, they transform cultural specificities into relatable experiences. In doing so, they establish the regime of Korean originals, which involves categories for identifying them and thought patterns for interpreting them. Now, what are the implications of establishing the regime of Korean originals on the global streaming platforms? When the global and the local were imagined as separated arenas, and the global was ideologically and discursively paired with the West, they established the norm of Western creators as the producers of global culture, and non-Western creators did not have a fair examination. However, the technological transformation has made these marginalized groups more visible in the creative space. Here, I chose the word visible since non-Western creators had often generated translocal dynamics with their creative products in globalization, even in the pre-streaming era. Korean media practitioners are one of the examples that have engaged with intra-regional cultural flows over the past decades. With these experiences, Korean creators have associated with the streaming revolution to set off the local aesthetic waves onto a global scale. The noticeable visibility of Korean Netflix originals require media scholars to examine changes in the paradigm of media creation. The constitution of the sensible community in the local should be more discussed, since Korean creators increasingly recognize the potential of the global streaming platform to practice their artistic imaginations. On the one hand, Korean originals have changed the architecture of Korean media industry, making Netflix a big player in television and film production. On the other hand, Korean creators have challenged the perception of the singularity of aesthetic quality, which long maintains the hierarchy between the West and non-West in artistic creation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. Okay, let's move on to the third presentation. The third topic is about Netflix and game business. Itaewon Jin will present Imagining the Third Korean Wave in Video Games with Netflix. Itaewon Jin is a PhD candidate of Graduate School of Communication Arts at Yonsei University. She's also distinguished producer of video game and esports. And she won many game-related awards. Okay, the floor is yours. Itaewon?
Thank you very much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Itaewon Jin, and I'm very delighted to be here to present our work in progress on behalf of Professor Yoon and myself. So let's start right away. So for about last 20 years, the unprecedented global phenomenon called Korean Wave has been evolving continuously. And during this procedural unfolding of various cultural projects, the characteristics of content and technological development and concepts such as cultural proximity or digital technology or transnationalism helped us understand the increased scale, hybridity, and complexity of Korean Wave. But recently, we witnessed some new interesting examples that might actually imply that we are moving on to the next stage. Yes, Netflix happened. When Netflix came along and it took the Korean Wave to the Squid Game level, I won't go into details about many accomplishments of the show, but want to focus on the facts that it's not only the new type of scale of cultural circulation, but it has also strongly impacted the future course of both global and Korean cultural practices, by thus challenging the norms of global cultural production. So when you experience something like this, you cannot help but wonder what next. And the initial few obvious questions that pops up in your minds would be like, are we gonna see another Squid Game? And will Netflix and Korean Wave continue to ride each other? If so, for how long? But also, as a Korean with a national pride, we might wonder what's gonna happen to Korean cultural industry. And what if the autonomy of the industry is weakened, and does that mean are we turning into a manufacturing house? But let's hold that thought for now and move on because we have another aspect to consider, that it's not just Korean Wave, but also India, Latin, Europe's cultural products traveling globally, that it is happening sporadically all over the world. In this regard, we have to think that there is a broader wave or flow which is turning its direction. And Korean Wave might as well be part of that broader wave. So as Steven Spielberg says, Netflix changed the math entirely. Then the question, what next, really is asking, how can we figure out the new math? So that makes our question more relevant to how new platforms like Netflix connect and stimulate communication among the global audience. And also, how will the tendencies of global cultural shift pan out? And what role does or can Korean Wave play in this broader wave? So to cut to the chase, we have two keywords that we're going to approach this question with. First is transversality, which is a conceptual suggestion for a new paradigm. And the second is game. It's an exemplary sector with a potential to reveal characteristics of the next Korean wave. So let's start with transversality. We suggest transversality as a concept that can help us navigate the broader wave or the emergence of global cultural turn, and also situate Korean wave within those turn. The concept, which originally came from mathematics, is aligned with the concept of transnationalism in that movement or flow shows the tendencies to cross over the boundaries. But what transversality suggests beyond the transnationalism which has become rather a vague metaphorical concept some ways, is that the focus is in the process of change or a process of becoming, and that the process is discussed in relation to the current era and with certain aims and characteristics. So philosopher Hwayo Jung situates transversality as a new global regime of ontology and culture for us seminal human beings. And I quote further, in the globalizing world of multiculturalism, the value of transversality points to the lateral or cross-cultural exchange of ideas and values, hopefully to transform the world into a better place. So in today's culture, we can identify several characteristics of transversality. First is the newly enabled communicability as a precondition. It is an influence of or a response to polarizing effects of current era. On the one hand, we have common predicaments of modernization and globalization, such as loss of solidarity in identity and social inequality, environmental change, and many more, that left us in much heightened anxiety of nihilism and burnout without a story or myth to hold on to make sense of our world and self, which spring up the shared rejection of certain ideas and values and attitudes at the same time and shared necessity of new values. On the other hand, universalization of tech and culture, especially with multinational companies that are thought to be problematic in terms of monopoly and algorithmic control, has provided an unprecedented level of accessibility and connection, putting the whole world into a convenience of cross-dialogue. It also empowers people with new abilities and extended sense to transverse beyond the confinements of physical space and to communicate, create, and do things together in much handy manners, crossing the boundaries of designated roles and expertise. Based on the cross-communication to new imagination and creativity that leads to new alternative collectives, who by forming alternative assemblages and collective praxis to discover the unrealized virtual potential of what we are capable of becoming. The transversality is also characterized by its ludic praxis, utilizing play as a practical and problem-oriented philosophy and a form of understanding what surrounds us and who we are, through which the changes are created to subvert the existing reality while appearing naive. So the concept of transversality hereby suggests not only a precondition, process, and method of transition, but also a directional implication toward the acceptance of diversity, denying universalism to overcome the existing conditions in a specific context of this era. Thus, transversality lets us look at the cultural flow from the universal human standpoint beyond the geographical sectoral boundaries and provide perspectives to imagine the future flow. Let's move on to our second keyword, game. Gaming already is an exemplary sector of transversality, equipped with hybridity in its nature, and is also seen of various transverse innovations. Noteworthy examples that I want to point out is esports that represents how specific cultural practice of consumption can be built into a cultural sector of hybrid actualization from its original grassroots and paratext status, while transversing the geography, media, and most importantly, designated roles of producers and consumers. In esports, collective input of creativity and creation is adopted as a driving force or strategy of a fluid development. Growth of esports not only changed the game industry, but also challenges the existing notion of other cultural sectors, such as sports, TV, media, and entertainment, and is constantly creating new values, rules, and formats. And gaming is also an integral part of Korean Wave. However, still it's not explored as much as other cultural sectors in Korean Wave. But I do want to point out that gaming is actually, I have to emphasize that gaming is not just child play anymore, and gaming's importance as a popular culture is increasing, especially for the younger generation who spends the most time of their leisure time on gaming, and gaming is part of their day-to-day social life and identity. Gaming and esports markets are also expected to grow continuously. Then, what does Netflix has to do with gaming? Although Netflix has been a leading OTT brand, the competitions have been intensifying. And it's been difficult for Netflix to keep its subscription base stable. So Netflix sought the solution with games. And they say, we compete with Fortnite more than HBO. Fortnite is one of the most popular games / platform in this time. So starting in 2017, when they released the first game based on their original IP, Stranger Things, Netflix has been gearing up their gaming business. And June 2021, they announced that they're going to go into gaming business, focusing on the mobile games. And currently, they have 16 games available. Netflix's approach to games could be summarized into 3 things. First is game development and publishing. Second, making game-related content, such as Arcane, which is based on the League of Legends lore, and interactive short format, with possible expectations to increase the growth momentum and the value of Netflix subscription and reinforce their original IP power. But unlike they said before that they're going to be Fortnite, their approach until now seems more like Pass or Gas than Fortnite. Pass or Gas are cloud buzzword these days that refers to a platform that services various sectors of cultural products. And we can point out some of the limitations of current approach to games of Netflix. First is the state of games. Among the total of 16 games released, except a very few early games that were based on Stranger Things, and another few original games based on League of Legends IP, the rest are mostly casual titles that have been previously available elsewhere. And also, their approach have a very clear sectoral divide, that it's either game to show or show to game, meaning that not much innovations has been tried in how to provide transverse innovation. And we have also, to go back to Pass and Gas market, it is true that, especially for a younger audience, the viewing and playing in gaming goes hands in hands. And it is also true that 5G and cloud technology are bringing OTT and gaming together. But with more, we cannot say the competition in cloud gaming is any less than original OTT market, because on top of their original competitors like Apple or Amazon, we are seeing big name gaming console manufacturers and also smart TV manufacturers coming into the market. So it is still early to judge, but it seems like their effort in gaming has not been achieving much success. Now let's look at Korean games and Netflix together. We can say the theoretical conditions are met for transversality between Netflix and Korean games. They both have global reach, accessibility, and translatable contents and IP, and industry capacity to experiment with each other. And they are also in need of innovation. Because Netflix wants to enter the gaming market, and Korean games needs to expand beyond Asia. So can Netflix and Korean game together show us transverse innovation? And if so, what can we expect or imagine to see in the near future? First of all, we could see some innovations in how we experience a story or narrative, beyond viewing and playing as separate practices. Let's look at this example of Assassin's Creed. This Assassin's Creed is a game, a linear single-player game of player being an assassin in different eras, like ancient Greece or French Revolution, which are carefully designed in historical evidence. It is in its alternative mode, the discovery mode, lets the player become a tourist of this specific era without playing the original game, but utilizing the same assets. You can visit the cities or choose to learn about arts and philosophy of the time from the historical characters. In first-person view, you can closely examine the space and also have a guided tour while deciding how much information you'd like to learn. It's been also used for educational purposes, such as history classes. Another innovation we could expect to see is from platform itself. Netflix is focusing on mobile casual games, and it is true that there are more number of casual gamers, but a recent survey shows that there is a greater interest in socializing and creating categories or contents in games, rather than time-killer casual games. On the other hand, Korean gaming industry is specialized in MMO genre, which is literally managing the virtual society with intensive character customizing systems and also with very strong social and economic features. But the reach has been limited due to its game design and technological conditions, reminding us of K-drama in stage 1.0. But if the OTT service platform and MMO metaverse can create a hybrid assemblage in its unique ways, we can maybe expect to see platforms providing avatars, social spaces, creative spaces, and even live event spaces in more gamified system design. Third is the cooperation in production. There are already user-created games or assets of Korean Wave on various other platforms, but most of the creation effort exists outside of Netflix, or it does not have anything to do with the original show. But Fortnite tries a creative way of connecting those dispersed experiences in their platform and in their lore. For example, they announced a rocket launch in real life time, and player needs to connect into the game world in order to watch the events. That happens only for like several seconds. Fortnite only provides a situation in their lore, and it is up to player if they want to participate or not, or how they will celebrate this memorable event. And to share them outside of Twitter or other platforms in whichever way it suits them. So players take active role in creating the collective memory, and it is also becomes a history of the game lore. Another example is Walking Dead game series based on the TV series of the same name, gives player a first-person experience of Same post-apocalyptic zombie world, but as a different protagonist that was not in the original show. In this specific example, as a guy traveling with a young girl, you are asked to decide if you will give water to a dying person while knowing you do not have enough for your group. It meddles with ethical and conditional situations of the lore, and at the end of the game episode, you're given the statistics of the choices to learn about collective perspectives for specific ethical, conditional questions and understand where you stand. This example shows that a single person experience can be, at the same time, be a collective experience. And the production side can also utilize such input in creating maybe season 2 of the show, or better representing common mentality of the collectives and give them sense of contribution, which also becomes a loyalty. And last, we kind of have to keep in mind that transversality is not just about transition in ownership of existing industry's value chain, as with Netflix intervention in drama scenes. It's rather a discovery of the new assemblage around cultural marginalities and their force. So the playbook experiments also need considerations of that consideration of the marginalities in Korean games, such as enthusiastic gaming community and their capacity, and the national brand as a capital of esports, and thus home of esports heroes like Faker as a talent, and also some interesting unique formats of gaming contents. So our theoretical premises suggest that transversality is not just mixing two different identities together, it's more like alchemy. And the transversality is not static, it is a fluid process of becoming together. And there's no clear geographical direction, it's rather polycentric. And it's also co-accountability. So the transversal perspective challenges some of the norms and cultural understandings and asks us to think transversally. I'd like to finish up this presentation with the remark that our ongoing project is an attempt to navigate Korean Wave in a broader text with Korean Wave's history and a global cultural circulation. At the same time, a microscopic work on how Netflix and Korean game industry and culture could ride each other in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. 3 presentation has been completed. Now it's the designated discussant turn to discuss. And this session's discussant is Professor Kawashima at Toshicha University in Kyoto, Japan. Professor Kawashima is a professor in the Faculty of Economics at Toshicha University, and her main research subjects are cultural economics, cultural policy, and cultural industry. And thank you for joining us here today, Professor Kawashima.
Hey. Hi. Okay, I'm just trying to show my slide. Can you see them? Can you see the slide? Okay, good.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks very much indeed for the kind introduction and also inviting me to be part of this conference, which I find very interesting and stimulating. It's based on the conference is about such a narrow or focused topic of Korean Wave and Netflix. But I think the conference has managed to get a wide range of papers on various topics from various disciplines. And this session is one example. We have had 3 papers from different disciplines, and I must say that I've got no relevant expertise to properly comment on each of the papers. They are so different from what I have been doing, but I enjoyed the presentations very much. So let's start, and let me just say what I can do. The first paper was about Netflix original content in the non-US territories, and they examined by two perspectives, taking two different perspectives. One is about genre keywords, and the other is descriptive keywords, and also they did social network analysis, which was pretty interesting. This is perhaps beside the point, but one thing that attracted my attention was that South Korea was the 10th in producing original content amongst other countries. France came the first, Spain was the next, India, Japan, Mexico, Brazil, etc., etc. Then South Korea. It was a big surprise to me because on my screen of Netflix, it's all about Korean content because I'm a big fan of Korean drama, and then I have American dramas as well. But I was thinking, I was kind of thinking that Netflix was all about Korean drama, dominated by K-dramas and so on. So I was really naive in that respect, but it's interesting that Korean dramas or Korean content comes at the 10th, and it actually reflects the production capacity of feature films for theatrical release of each country, except for China, of course. And let's have a look at this table of feature film production and the trend of the production capacity or the numbers of films produced by each country. And India is always the top, as we know, and China fluctuates, but except for recent years because of COVID, China has become a stronger producer for film, and South Korea has become the third biggest in 2020. Before that, Japan was the third biggest country. But the USA, of course, was one of the biggest. Sorry, US was the third, so Japan came the fourth, etc. Because of COVID and because of the change of strategy of Disney from theatrical production, theatrical release to its own SVOD, Disney Plus, its theatrical release has been dramatically reduced in 2020. So, so except for 2020, the table given by Kim, Professor Kim and others, largely reflects the theatrical film production trend, which suggests that perhaps if your country is good at making films for theatrical release, then you can convert that power into the production for SVOD as well. And there are some major concerns of film policies, something that I am more familiar with, and two concerns basically, and they are both against Hollywood basically. One is how do we expand the admissions of domestically made films in their markets? And except for India, China, and Japan and South Korea, European countries in particular struggle to get the popularity of locally made films against Hollywood films, but they are not going to succeed. Always the local audiences prefer American films to their local films. It's a major trend that the policies cannot easily change. And the second concern of film policies has been to promote export of their films abroad. But again, European countries and other countries have not been phenomenally successful, except for some art films. But basically, the film market in a global way has been dominated by Hollywood. And I think that Netflix has changed the picture in a way. One can argue in a different way as well, but on the surface, you can say that Netflix and other SVOD platforms has changed the picture, and we have more global content from non-Hollywood places delivered to global audience. And behind that is algorithmic culture. And another thing that Netflix and other platforms have provided to the global audience of films and audiovisual content at home. And this is so unknown process in which a work gets more prominently presented than others. I said that on my screen, it's all about K-dramas, but I'm not impressed with the recommendation function of Netflix. They always suggest me the same thing. Crash Landing in You and Itaewon Class. I've seen them all, and I want to see something different. I want to see something from France and the UK perhaps as well. But this algorithmic culture is said to be effective in getting audiences and retaining audiences with their platforms. I kind of doubt if that works pretty well. As far as I know, it's not working that much. And another thing about Netflix is contract with IP holders and contract with creators, something that Professor Kim, the second presenter, was touching upon. I'm very curious about this because in one paper that I was reading, that fee given by Netflix to producers, local producers, is set flat, regardless of the popularity of the works presented, regardless of the times or the time length a work is on air, not on air, but a work is on the platform. But I think the second paper suggested something different, which I'm curious about. So I would like to hear more about that from her, if possible. And also there was an interesting interview this morning before this session, which I kind of missed. But I thought that he was saying that he got the fee from Netflix and he doesn't possess IP or a copyright to Squid Game. Something really interesting to me, because you can say that Netflix is exploiting creators from different territories, or you might say that Netflix is actually helping local creators to expand their markets and expand their creative visions, etc. So I think contract with IP holders and contract with creators would be one thing that we should pay more attention to in future research. Coming to more specifically about the first paper by Christine Kim and others, I was really intrigued about their analysis of the social relationships, social network analysis, and so on. And this is a very amateuristic question, allow me that. They said that K-drama is one descriptive, or genre keyword or descriptive keyword or both. But I kind of think that K-drama is a very distinctive word, and it's a brand. And it's got, as they said, it has a huge range of variety, which is a real strength. Like Japanese anime, it can be dark comedy, it can be romantic comedy, and so on and on and on, period drama and so on. So I wonder if we can give more value to the word K-drama in their analysis. They seem to treat K-drama and other keywords on an equal basis for their analysis, which I understand why, but still, I just wondered if, they can give more value and emphasis, perhaps added value to the term K-drama, because it's such a brand. That's my amateurish question. And also, a question to the first paper is the term Netflix original, because there was an very interesting paper in the first session yesterday by Mazur and others from Brazil. And they say Netflix original, the term Netflix original is very misleading. Some of them referred to the works that Netflix actually provides funding for production, but others produced by others, and Netflix buys the exclusive right to intermission. They problematize that. I see less of a problem, but still they want to distinguish that, the two kinds. And they even use the word fraudulent and misleading, etc. So I wondered how their argument has any impact on your paper, Christine Kim's. Okay, so that's my next question. And I now move on to the second paper, Netflix Originals. And she argued about funding for production while in her writing paper, she said Netflix provides funds for production while respecting creative autonomy, or that's what's said in the industry. But she does question if it's possible to finance a content and respect the total creativity of a creator of a different nation. And I actually think that looking at feature films, at least, who funds really determines the direction of the content, because it's a commercial thing. For commercial culture, who is financing and who determines distribution, who has the right to distribute and who has the power over distribution. That sort of thing really determines the kind of content that people can make. And Hollywood films are nowadays very much for global distribution. It's always been so, but the global international market revenue has become even more important than the domestic market for the US. So as a result, nowadays Hollywood films are dominated by sci-fi, action, and fantasy. We see very little beyond that, like human drama or comedy, because these genres do not sell well outside of the United States or North America. And by doing that, cultural contours and nuances are reduced to the minimum. And I wonder if this is going to happen to Netflix original content as well. Okay, I think this is still about the second paper, and I'm just referring to film policies of European countries. They have difficulty of pursuing two totally different objectives at the same time. On the one hand, it's a cultural policy, and they want to protect their national cinema, protect and nurture national cinema as a form of culture. At the same time, there's a creative industries policy, and they provide incentives for runaway productions from Hollywood to their locations for economic aims, for economic effects. It's got very little with culture, their locality. And also co-productions are very much encouraged because once co-productions take place, they become locally made films. And as a result, there is a decrease in distinctively local content. And the case of Japan, we just refer to the case of Japan, there's very little public funding for film production and distribution. And there's a so-called the production committee system, which is very complicated. I think I should skip this. But just talking about Japanese anime in particular, it's increasingly reliant on Netflix, as has been demonstrated by Christine Kim's paper. And funding from television used to be the major resource for anime producers, but they are mainly disadvantageous to anime production. So Netflix has been a great success for Japanese anime producers. But as a result, we think perhaps there will be less violence and less sexually explicit kind of anime content for global standard. And this is a double-edged sword. Some scholars in Japan are worried that the Netflix dominance or the larger reliance on Netflix by anime producers in Japan might lead to less and less distinctiveness of Japanese anime. It's always been so extremely inward-looking, but once Netflix is in there, they need to look beyond. They need to have this global sense of aesthetics and so on. So the success factor of Japanese anime may be lost. That's the biggest worry for some scholars in Japan. And again, yes, you need to be, yes. I know, okay, right, yes. I'm sorry, okay, so let me skip it. Yeah, no, 1, 2 is fine. Okay, the third paper, I'm really sorry. Third paper, I thought it was a good point and examined as to Korean Wave and Netflix. Sorry, Korean Wave and games. And it was interesting to see the comment Netflix was to lose to Fortnite more than HBO, because Fortnite is now a major place where people come together. And broadcasters and other advertising supported media lose to Fortnite too. So it's interesting to see that. Transversality, this was already well explained by the presenter, so let's skip that. And again, let me just refer to Japanese anime, as I think this is an example of transversality. And Aniplex is a company is a Japanese company owned by Sony Group, so it's well funded, and Aniplex is a combination of animation and complex. So I kind of think this is a good transversality example. And anime can start with manga and then adapted to anime for TV and then to theater, songs for CD, character licenses, and even live shows, etc. But nowadays, you don't know where it starts from. And another good example is Idol Master series. Some of you may be very familiar with that. It may start, you could say it started with games, but it's now converted to live concerts and radio programs, and all of these are enjoyed together. So I don't know if the third presenter agrees with me, but the Japanese anime nowadays transverses so many fields. And just a quick question I'm finishing now. Games on Netflix are very limited in number, and they are casual games. And I hear that they are meant to retain subscribers of audiovisual content. But are you arguing that Netflix is strategically pursuing to offer transversality through the use of games? Okay, I'm sorry I spoke too much. That's it from me.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, each speaker got questions from Professor Kashima, and the first speaker, Christine, are you on now?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Yeah, you have something to add?
Well, thank you so much for your insightful questions and feedback on our study. We also took note of the fact that Japan had its own peripheral dimension, and Professor, you described this as a sort of double-edged sword, but we were also just as surprised as you were that while K-drama seemed to be very prevalent to the eye, quantitatively speaking, their presence was not as significant. So our takeaway, one of our potential interpretations is that there is maybe a need. So Japan's distinct distinct characteristics of anime, like you said, may lack a sort of global appeal. However, we feel that this strong characteristic is in fact one of Japan's Netflix original's greatest strengths. So our question is, through our quantitative analysis, if K-drama is as strong of a characteristic that's globally renowned, we were wondering why then Korea could not have its sort of own dimension as Japan. So if anything, we took this as a sign to say maybe Korean Netflix originals content needs to be even more dedicated to sort of forming its own unique characteristic and branding, so that maybe it can have as distinct of a sort of dimension as Japan. But as you said, it is a double-edged sword, and we found through our study that Korea's strategy for Netflix has in fact been dispersing genres, sort of descriptive keywords across a wide range. So we cannot make a sort of value judgment on whether this is good or not. However, we can say that given Korea's sort of lack of sheer quantity of content compared to other countries, one thing we can say that it has been a very lucrative investment for Netflix. But thank you so much for your insightful comments.
Yeah. Professor Joachim?
Yeah, can you hear me? Thank you so much for all the great points you brought up. And actually, most points you brought up, I totally agree with, especially because of the logic of economic perspective. If you take into economic perspective or industrial approaches, yes, definitely there's a lot of discussions about Netflix, possibility of exploiting creators and also the IP and the holders, the contract. Those issues are a lot of discussions are being made and concerns are given. But my point here, I wanted to talk about Netflix originals rather than culture commodity. I wanted to talk about as an art form. So like, even though these creators, they know there's some kind of, they are exploited, there's some possibility they can't really share revenues. However, they chose the Netflix platform because they see there is a possibility to express in a different level without any burden. I think that's, the artistic creation in that matter, we have to really discuss what they miss for them in the original Netflix originals. At the same time, because of that, they try to keep their difference. So like a lot of people talk about the concerns about standardization or the Hollywood impact about it, but still I'm kind of positive because they are the creators. They really want to keep who they are. So that's definitely reflected in the creation. That's I wanted to really point out here. And also, I'm sorry, just give me one moment. There's a question from the floor about the unwelcome stories at home can be validated with the popularity of these Korean Netflix originals. I don't think so, because the reason why they chose Netflix, because they knew this story is not really a conventional and it's not popular in the Korean market, which means even though it's popular, they are earned a lot of popularity on Netflix. The similar topic or story are not still unwelcomed in Korea. If you look at the structure of the Korean television production or film production. So that's what I'm saying. And the resign of Netflix originals are being made because there's definitely the Netflix only provides its type of material conditions, and at the same time the creators has changed their perceptions about these material conditions. That's the only happened. It creates the resign of Netflix originals as an art form. That's my main point. I want to bring it up. Thank you for the question.
I agree.
제가 잠깐만. 예. 예원진. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Kawashima, for I think we'll probably have to work on the concept itself a little bit more to answer the question if Japanese anime could be considered as transversal innovation. But I think the examples of Aniplex and Idolmaster and those examples, I think because I'm not very familiar with the Japanese anime industry, but those are very interesting to me, and I like to learn more about it. And in terms of if Netflix strategically is pursuing to offer transversality, I would assume yes, because of what they said about Fortnite, and that they said the mobile first was kind of temporary, and then they're actually working on the ways to think about how to provide a diverse IP experience. So recently they released a trivia, which is a game, but in an interactive show format. So I think they're going for more, and I think there's something definitely that Korean games and Netflix could work with together.
Okay. We have a couple of questions and comments. Joseph Jonghyun Chun, he left his opinion. The Netflix has always been secret about their big data. It's not clear if they have any big data strategy. Like Facebook, for example. That's his opinion. And Eric Paolo Capistrano, he left a comment on first paper, and he left a question to Professor Kim, and Professor Kim answered that. And Dongjun Lee just pop up a couple of questions. This question goes to Professor Kim, Jo Kim. Do you expect the type of production system will or might affect the traditional value chain of Korean media production in some way? That's Dongjun Lee's questions. Just pop up. Jo Kim?
Yeah, thank you so much for the comments and question. It's really difficult to predict what will happen. If you look at the existing structure of media production, it has been there for a long time. And if you're really focusing on the domestic audience and also domestic market, especially in the advertising market, it's kind of really difficult to follow the direction that Netflix has taken. However, if we reflect, what HYBE has done in the K-pop industry, if there's any kind of possibility of creating another type of, global media platforms, maybe then, we can take another direction regarding this type of, creation. That's kind of a hope I have.
Okay, thank you. I think time's almost up, and through this session, we are able to explore the relationship between global and local in terms of Netflix original and game business. I hope that questions and comments will be helpful to develop your ideas and make better your papers. Okay, it's time to wrap it up. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I thought it was a great session. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome back. So now we are getting into our final session. The last session, session number 7, is about to begin. The title of last session is Production Culture and Systems in the Age of Netflix. The chair of the final session is me. I am an associate professor of Asian cinema at the Wikimi School of Communication and Information at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. So we have 3 wonderful papers, and we also have a distinguished discussant today. So I'm very happy to introduce our 3 speakers and also the discussant. So as we all know that each presenter will be given 15 minutes. We are very conscious about the time, so I hope all the presenters keep the time. So let's introduce our first speaker, Joseph Jong-hyun Jeon. Professor Jeon is Director of Center for Critical Korean Studies and Professor of English and Asian American Studies at the University of California, Irvine. Prior to arriving at UC Irvine in 2017, he taught at Pomona College and the University of San Diego. He is the author of Vicious Circuit, Korea's IMF Cinema and the End of the American Century, which came out in 2019 from Stanford University Press, and Racial Things, Racial Forms, Objecthood in Avant-Garde Asian American Poetry, came out in 2012 from University of Iowa Press. So please welcome Professor Jeon. Are you ready? Professor Jeon, could you turn on your mic and video?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
And can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay,
Please
thank you
go
so
on.
much. Yeah, sorry about that. First of all, just a quick thank you for all the organizers. This has been a fantastic conference. I stayed up until 2 o'clock in the morning last night in California time, and I've been learning so much from all the presenters. I also want to thank Professor Lee for chairing this session. I just want to say that I'm a big fan of your work, so it's a real honor to have you here chairing this session. One of the effects of such a great conference has been I keep wanting to scramble and rewrite parts of this paper, based on things that I've heard and ideas that I've encountered over the last 2 days. And I just changed one thing about I changed the title first of all, but also I just added the little diagram on the upper left-hand corner of the first slide. This is just a graphic depiction of Netflix's basically profits and then cash flow. And you can see the profits in blue going up, but cash flow going massively down. And I just want to bring this up just as a kind of marker, just to as context to think about the extent to which we can think of Netflix as a reliable source for its reporting. There's been a lot of, the stock price is recently down, even though profits are up. There's been a lot of talk about the reliability of Netflix accounting. So I'll just leave it at that. So let me get into the paper. Oh, why is this not advancing? Okay. Netflix culture. Okay. Netflix culture is an explicitly articulated set of corporate values propagated by the company throughout its global offices. And a lengthy document is available on the corporate website. The statement begins, entertainment, like friendship, is a fundamental human need. The appeal signals that deep in the DNA of this entertainment company is a social network ethos. Friendship here is like a friend in Facebook, the site less of intimacy and more so of expansive network connections. But of course, you don't connect with friends on Netflix, but rather entertainment. And so the fundamental human need becomes mediated by TV shows and movies. Consuming media on its platform becomes akin to social interaction, which aspires ultimately for breadth of reach more than it does for depth of connection. This is growth culture oriented toward the growth of its culture. For Netflix Korea, the dynamics of corporate culture is perhaps more novel because of the contrast with traditional Korean hierarchical corporate culture. Employees at Netflix are said to use minimal honorifics and do not take age into account when addressing each other in Korean. Beyond these superficial trappings, employees are given the authority to make decisions without waiting for approval from a parent office. As a result, employees see the role as bridging the gap between Netflix and local content, guided by a sense of both freedom and responsibility, which not coincidentally is a major rubric in the culture statement. Corporate culture at Netflix is above all strategic, and freedom simply names its central tactical orientation. This is a freedom born not necessarily out of pure enthusiasm for the creative imagination, but rather a rational reaction to unstable conditions in which slow responses have severe consequences. Because of its ambitions for rapid global expansion amidst a global media industry undergoing a vertiginous, high-stakes reorganization, Netflix cannot afford to be too centralized and needs to adjust on the fly in unpredictable regional markets. Thus, I want to suggest an alternative definition of culture that might complicate our account of corporate culture. That is culture in the biological sense of conditions that promote growth, as in the way a petri dish functions as a culture in which microorganisms might grow. So Netflix's growth strategy has been extremely effective in the past decade, allowing for the company's rapid ascension into a dominant global media player. Netflix achieved on a grand scale what Da Young-jin has described as platform imperialism, or as he puts it, an asymmetrical relationship of interdependence between the West, primarily in the US, and many developing countries, characterized in part by unequal technological exchanges and therefore capital flows, which implies a technological and symbolic domination of US-based platforms, end quote. Platform imperialism, as Jin shows us, doubles broader forms of imperialism. It's important, however, to recognize their uneven timing with respect to the cycle of US-led globalization at the turn of the 21st century. This is to say, the platform imperialism emerges when US economic imperialism begins to decline. So there's a slight kind of temporal disconnect between the two. I emphasize this more granular historical progression because I would like to underscore how the history of Netflix and Netflix Korea are keyed to intensifying economic difficulties or crises, both global and national, that offer a crucial context for Netflix culture, in which Netflix's freedom is Janus-faced, both a mark of the power that underwrites expansion, and also a site of anxiety about that power's erosion. So as a mediating structure, quote, mediation structure or intermediary that makes certain kinds of transactions possible, end quote, to cite Mark Steinberg's useful definition of platforms, the contemporary media platform tends not towards production, as in the industrial platform. Steinberg also really interestingly cites Toyota cars platforms, right? They're all built on the same platform, but rather towards a rentier logic that secures property, in this case, intellectual property, and then sells access. Rentier models function best when underwritten by sufficient power to manage the operation at scale. But because Netflix expands into a global market at precisely the time when US power declines in those same markets, the foundation for its platform imperialism also deteriorates, making Netflix increasingly vulnerable, particularly in faraway markets. So in what follows today, I'd like to do two things. First of all, to consider the specific position of Netflix Korea within both Netflix's global business and relation more broadly to Korea's specific place within a transitioning world system. And secondly, to track the way in which its landmark show, Kingdom, the first original scripted show for Netflix Korea, encompasses the contradictions of imperialist logics that ramp up precisely as the foundation for that power dissipates. Kingdom and Netflix more broadly imagine a world that tries to bypass this fundamental requirement, and in so doing, they risk building castles in the sand. So it's important to recognize the weakness in Netflix's growth strategy. First, Netflix has relied on massive debt financing in order to fuel its emergence. Between 2011 and 2021, Netflix, sort of nicknamed Debtflix by skeptics, borrowed $15 billion, mostly through junk bonds, to fund its turn towards more in-house production. We've been talking about this in the Korea context for the last 2 days. And while recent quarterly reports suggest that new revenue streams have made further borrowing no longer necessary, most of this debt remains on the balance sheet. Secondly, Netflix almost exclusively has relied on subscriber growth to expand. This was mentioned actually in Director Huang's fantastic interview that you guys posted. Because of its interest, advertising revenue is limited, Netflix's growth can only be driven either by an expansion of this base, the subscriber base, or an increase in prices. So early on, there was plenty of room for growth because of relatively low market penetration, but increasingly markets have become more saturated and competition from rival platforms has intensified. For these reasons, combined with rising production costs, Netflix finds itself increasingly squeezed. Okay, so I'm going to skip a little bit. An indication of the early challenges of Netflix Korea operations was a lawsuit filed by SK Broadband, a major Korean telecommunications firm, against Netflix for taking up an undue portion of the country's network capacity without paying for it directly. SK demanded that Netflix pay fees for increased capacity, while Netflix argued that broadband was a public utility, akin to the US Postal Service, on which it built its initial DVD business. So I just want to remind people that Netflix began as a competitor not to, Amazon or HBO and all of these streaming platforms, but actually to Blockbuster, right? And it thus did not require payment. SK prevailed in Korean courts through the case that, though the case has been appealed. Netflix's dependence on network infrastructure that they do not own becomes more of a problem the more they expand into global markets, and indicates a larger problem about the limits of its power as it meets its requirements for growth in its business model. Even though Netflix is universally regarded as the dominant player in global media at present, we see that its position atop the hierarchy might be precarious. So in my remaining time, I'm just going to skip that. Remaining time, I'll focus on Kingdom, the crucial IP that paved the way for Netflix Korea's most recent success. Kingdom begins with the story of a kingdom in a crisis of succession, with an undead king propped up by a powerful minister, biding his time until the minister's daughter can give birth to a legitimate heir. Interested more broadly in the health of his nation, the crown prince, the king's illegitimate son, does eventually take measures to secure himself the throne, but his actions are motivated less by a hunger for power and more virtuously by a desire to save his nation from both a zombie contagion and oligarchic greed that plague it. And apologies for the spoiler. So he finally resolves the problem of succession at the end of the second season by abdicating the throne to an infant at the time, who everyone believes to be the king's legitimate son, except for the crown prince, who knows that he is actually the son of his deceased bodyguard, right? So he's, not of royal birth. Having an illegitimate claim to the throne, it turns out, is a little bit like employing platform imperialism without the backing of empire. Under such siege conditions, Kingdom, I suggest, reflects Netflix's culture. Specifically, Kingdom is concerned with the conditions under which a definitive transition might lead to the flourishing of a suffering population. So the show in this respect is not unlike the dynamic of the HBO show Succession, which is also about an attempt by heirs to wrest control away over an empire from an entrenched patriarch. The potential heirs in Succession are differentiated in smaller measure by personality and quirks, but they're all essentially motivated by the same greedy ambition that motivates their father. So all of the alternatives, in short, are awful. In contrast, at stake in the succession battle in Kingdom entails a more profound culture shift. In this context, the king's zombie affliction signals his ill-conceived affinity to the powerful Haewon Cho clan, which is led by Chief State Counselor Lord Cho Hak-ju, and refers not so subtly to contemporary inequality in Korean society organized around familial wealth. In the first episode of season 1, Cho has a group of court scholars who, in support of the crown prince, has posted a sign around the city proclaiming the death of the king and that a new wind will blow. So forced to reckon with their actions with torture, the scholars reveal that they're motivated not just by an allegiance to the crown prince, but more so to the shift in priorities that he represents in a kingdom that has become dominated by an elite class who exploit a starving population. In short, they want not just a new king, but a culture change. And this is precisely what they get at the end of season 2. The drama of the low-born crown prince deferring to an even lower-born rival registers in the context of Netflix's anti-hierarchical values. But even in the first episode, we get a sense of what this new wind might mean. Shortly after the scene with the tortured scholars, we meet Muyong, the crown prince's bodyguard and the real father to the next king. The crown prince asks him to retrieve the journal from the royal infirmary that would clarify the king's malady. To convince him to risk the danger, the crown prince reveals that he knows that Muyong had been surreptitiously taking food from him in order to aid the health of his pregnant wife. And though the crown prince is certainly using this knowledge as a lever, it's also clear that he's approved of these actions, that he's concerned about the well-being of his friend and his friend's family. So it turns out to be, about friendship on a certain level. Even after Muyong betrays him, controlled as he is by the Haewon clan who control the well-being of his wife, the crown prince holds him fondly as Muyong dies in his arms and weeps over his death. I think I'm behind here. The crown prince's final decision to install Muyong's son as king is a final expression of affection for his friend. After all, as we remember from the Netflix culture statement, friendship, like entertainment, is a fundamental human need. Although the motivation for this decision certainly extends beyond this affection, these broader motivations might also be encompassed under the rubric of friendship as expressed in the Netflix culture statement. Indeed, the love of his actual friend Muyong dovetails in this moment with an anti-hierarchical network notion of friendship implied in the Netflix document. His decision enacts a major culture shift benefiting the embattled subjects of the kingdom in rejecting the power of the Haewon clan, even though everyone believes the infant king to be the son of a queen. And indeed, we can think of the drama as the articulation of this cultural ethos in broader terms. Writer Kim Eun-hee pitched the idea to Netflix. Where is that? Thinking that it would not work in the existing environment of Korean dramas. We've talked about this over the last 2 days as well. She had come up with the idea years earlier, but it was not until her introduction to Netflix Korea that she believed the project would be viable. In this respect, the very existence of Kingdom is implicitly an expression of Netflix culture. When speaking about the show in interviews, Kim cites the freedom of expression that the environment offers, allowing her to explore story ideas that are not possible in the traditional ecosystem. But if Kingdom is utopian in its desire to repair culture in which excessive inequality makes progress difficult, it also offers a nightmare vision of that anti-hierarchical culture in the spectacle of the zombie horde. We should emphasize here that the flat network is not just a model for Netflix's culture, it's also the principle of its business model, which requires a continual expansion of its subscriber base in order to sustain its growth. While zombies have become a defining trope of contemporary popular culture, and are often associated with various ailments of late capitalism, surplus populations, homelessness, mass insecurity, Kingdom reaches back in time for something more foundational, in contrast to these more apocalyptic orientations. With the king himself as an origin point for the disease, the pre-modern interest here is in a contradiction that affects the core of the kingdom. For Netflix, then, there's no better metaphor than the zombie plague to express its anxiety regarding a subscription business model that requires the contagion-like spread of its platform into untapped markets, without which the company cannot survive. Significantly, the popularity of Kingdom had a massive impact on Netflix's subscriber base, increasing the number of Netflix Korea subscribers from 1.27 million to over 2 million in one single month, a rate that would rival that of any zombie contagion, and anticipating the impact that Squid Game would bring just a few years later. But to continually succeed, Netflix needs to expand at the rate of a zombie plague, even as the resulting hordes beg questions about the sustainability of that model. The vision of platform imperialism, moreover, must proceed without the underlying foundation of imperial power, as the US-led system of global trade fell apart in the first decades of the 21st century. The platform imperialism of Netflix in this respect is rather, I want to suggest, a kind of zombie imperialism, the frenzied encroachment of an undead empire pacing uncertainly into the future, mindlessly recreating the gestures of a bygone age. For Netflix, the primary source of this nourishment, expanding its subscriber base, is also the site of its vulnerability. We see this dyad plainly in the first episode of Kingdom when Sobi returns to her clinic to find that the formerly starving patients are eating a hearty meal. Yongshin tells Sobi that he has hunted a deer for the meal, but she later discovers that he had used a rather recently deceased corpse. The scene of happy eating then turns into tragedy with all of the patients, turning into zombies since the corpse had been inflicted with the disease. The quick oscillation from the simple pleasures of social reproduction to the horrors of contagion indexes the razor's edge on which both Netflix's business model and the South Korean export economy rest, both needing to exponentially grow external markets in which the post-war underwriting these expansions has weakened. Kingdom is an account of this basic need and the anxieties this need produces, both of which shape the contours of Netflix Korea's platform culture, a precarious kingdom indeed. Thank you.
Good thing. Yep. Thank you so much. Your passionate and exciting presentation. I'm looking forward to reading your complete full paper in your future. So please stay with us. We'll move on to our next group of presenters. So our second paper is titled, Does Netflix Recommender System Promote Korean Content? An empirical analysis on Netflix homepage using bots to simulate audience behavior. We have three co-authors of the paper. So I'll introduce them. The two presenters, both Gregorio Bido, sorry for my French, and then Stephen Talek, are research associate at the Cultural Pluralism and Digital Ethics chair hosted by the Panthéon-Sorbonne Foundation in France. And also Professor Seok Kyung-hong, who is also the co-organizer of this conference, is a professor of communication at Seoul National University. So who are going to present the paper? Are you guys ready?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just share my screen.
Yeah.
Can you see the first slide?
Yeah, we can see your slide. You can go on.
Okay, well, thank you for the invitation, and congratulations on a great conference. I'm going to go straight in. So I'm going to present the results of an experiment that we conducted on Netflix. And what we did was to create a bunch of fake Netflix profiles and track the evolution of their homepage. And specifically to answer the following research questions. The first of which is, how prominent is Korean content on the Netflix homepage in France? And the second is, how exactly is Korean content promoted to a user who has already expressed interest in Korean content? Now, those two questions are difficult to answer because of Netflix's recommender system, which means that no two homepages are ever the same based on what the user watched previously. So what we did was to use bots to kind of control what the profile watched, and to really see what happened on the homepage exactly. So we used Raspberry Pis, which are small single board computers. We had 10 of them, all located in Paris, all running simultaneously. We had 5 of them looking only at Korean content, and 5 other ones only watching Japanese content. So I'll get to that later and show you the results. Now I just want to walk you through the process of the experiment. So what happened was each bot created a new profile on Netflix. This was done automatically. They were all programmed to do so at a certain date and a certain time. So each bot had its own Netflix account and created a new profile. Once it had done so, it would collect the entirety of the homepage and store it in our central database. And it collected the whole of the homepage. So from the first row to the bottom row, and it clicked on all the arrows all the way to the right to really capture the whole of the homepage. And what we collected from the homepage was the position of each thumbnail. So for example, second row, third position, and the Netflix ID of the content that was presented in that thumbnail. And we also collected the title of each row. So that's the first homepage. That's kind of a blank homepage. The bot has just created its profile. It hasn't watched anything. And so this is the default homepage, if you will. And then every day, each bot had its schedule that it had to do. So at 6 p.m., each bot would watch 3 hours of Korean content, which were chosen at random before the experiment and assigned to each bot. They were chosen among all Korean titles available on Netflix at the time. So each viewing schedule for each bot was unique. So at 6 p.m., each bot would start watching Korean content for 3 hours. So from 6 to 9 p.m. And at 9, it would stop watching Korean content and pass the homepage, just as it did before. So it passed the whole of the homepage again and sent it to our database. That means that we had one homepage per day per bot. So we could track the evolution of what content was in which thumbnail on the homepage. Now let's just go back and look at the presence of Korean content in the Netflix catalog in France. There are about 5,200 titles in the Netflix library and 263 Korean titles. So that's about 5% of the Netflix catalog, which is Korean. Out of those 263 titles, there's only 37 films, which is quite a low number. 112 Netflix originals. Now I say originals, but they're labeled originals. 112 Korean titles with the little red N on the thumbnail. They're not necessarily Netflix productions. They can just be Netflix exclusives for France, for example. And a little more non-originals at 151 Korean titles. To analyze the results of our bots homepages, we settled on a visualization. So this is the grid that you see on the right, which represents the whole of the homepage. So there's about 40 rows on a typical Netflix homepage, about 40 columns, which are the number of thumbnails that appear horizontally on each row. So I'll just go straight to the results. This is for bot 1. We named it. This is the first bot. This is the one of the bots that watched only Korean titles. Now, as you can see, this is the first homepage. This is before the bot has watched anything on Netflix. So this is the blank homepage. The Korean contents are in red. As you can see, there's only 44 Korean thumbnails on the homepage. And out of about 1,300 thumbnails in total, they're kind of scattered throughout the homepage and not really that prominent at all. But as you'll see, after watching only 3 hours of Korean content, this is where they appear. So the number has gone from 44 thumbnails dedicated to Korean content on the homepage to 309 after only watching 3 hours of Korean content. And as you can see, there are whole rows dedicated to Korean content. And as the bot continued to watch Korean content every day, you'll see that the evolution is quite rapid. This is on the third day. So we've gone from 284 Korean thumbnails right up to 686. And at that point, there's actually more Korean thumbnails on the homepage than there are non-Korean thumbnails. So in terms of prominence, you can see that the first 10 rows are almost exclusively dedicated to Korean content. So this is after 3 days of watching only Korean content. And then it kind of plateaus at the 650, 700 mark. And as you'll see towards the end, on the 28th of January, it goes up again to reach more than 800 Korean thumbnails on the homepage, which is quite amazing. And then it ends on that note, on a very high note. So this is just for one bot. Now I'll show you all the bots at once. So the top 5 grids represent the bots that watched only Korean titles during the 10 days of the experiment. And the 5 bottom grids represent the bots that watched only Japanese titles. So Korean thumbnails are in red, Japanese thumbnails in blue. And as you can see, the Japanese thumbnails are more prominent at the start of the experiment than the Korean titles. The default Netflix homepage has a Japanese row. This is what the fifth row is exclusively Japanese on the default Netflix homepage. So at that point, Japanese titles are more prominent than Korean titles on the homepage. But you'll see as we move in time, as we move forward in time, Korean titles actually become more prominent than Japanese titles for a user that watches only Korean content. You can see here the top 5 grids do contain more red thumbnails than the bottom 5 grids contain blue thumbnails. And as you can see, the prominence of, this is true for both Korean and Japanese thumbnails, their prominence is really towards the top left of the homepage. This is really what you see when you log on to Netflix. The first few rows, those are the most important ones, presumably. And this is where the Korean thumbnails or Japanese thumbnails, depending on what the bot watched, this is where they appear most. I'll just go to the end. This is after 8 days of watching only Korean titles for the top 5 grids and only Japanese titles for the top bottom 5 bots. And as you can see, it's not exactly a filter bubble in the traditional sense of the word. You're not really trapped in either Korean or Japanese suggestions. There are gaps in the homepage. Basically, every blank rectangle that you see is a non-Korean or non-Japanese thumbnails. So Netflix does suggest ways out of your obsession for Korean or Japanese content. but the prominence of those titles is very, very high. Bearing in mind that there are only 263 Korean titles in the whole of the Netflix catalog. This means that on one particular homepage, there may be one title appearing more than 10 times, for example. So there's a lot of repetition in the suggestions that are made by the recommender system. Now, a few findings from all this is that, as I said, Japanese titles, which are more prominent at the start of the experiment, do lose out to Korean titles over time. It seems that viewing Korean titles results in a greater increase of Korean prominence than does the viewing of Japanese titles for Japanese prominence. So in that sense, we could say that Korean works are more heavily promoted for a user that has already expressed interest in that content than Japanese titles. Some other findings were that, quite surprisingly, non-originals are as prominent as originals on the homepage for Korean non-originals. This was kind of surprising because we always presume that Netflix will push originals further up the homepage than non-originals. This isn't necessarily true. And another finding was that watching K-drama classics, such as the one that we've put at the bottom of the slide, seems to have a bigger impact on the prominence of Korean contents. So watching certified classics of Korean series or films does help in pushing more Korean content towards the top of the homepage. And right, we also looked at the row titles that appeared because we collected all of them from the home pages. And we had all the normal recurring row titles such as Trending Now, Top 10 in France, action and adventure series, comedy series, all that. But we also saw a lot of Korean specific row titles such as Korean drama series, Korean humor series. And even more interestingly, we noticed the appearance of quite a few Asian and East Asian row titles. It seems that Netflix's algorithm groups Korean, Japanese, Indonesian, Taiwanese contents together sometimes. And for French users, at least, it suggests Asian or East Asian contents together as if they were interchangeable, basically. So this was kind of interesting culturally. And I'll just finish here. There are a lot more things we could do with the methodology, of course, but I think we need to look and analyze the results a bit more as well. For example, we could ask what the cultural or economic reasons are for Korean contents being more prominent than Japanese titles. I don't know why. We could dive deeper into the data and really try to understand what makes some particular titles more prominent than others. This is still pretty much a mystery. And finally, I think it would be quite fun to do the same experiment in reverse. So basically, how is French content promoted on the homepage in South Korea? Because we know that Korean content is very well liked and watched a lot throughout the world. But French content not necessarily so. So I think it would be interesting to do the same experiment in reverse. And that's it. I've gone a bit over time, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation, Gregor. I mean, I'm sorry for that because I checked the time in Paris. It is actually 4:26 a.m. in the morning. You're still
Yes.
waking up. We really appreciate your effort. Thank you so much.
I just woke up actually.
Yes, yeah. So it's exciting paper. So I think it's showing a whole new world, a whole new way of understanding the secret of Netflix system, as the company never reveal its data to the public. Okay, thank you so much. We are moving on to our third paper today, which is the last paper in entire 2-day conference. I'm happy to introduce our last speaker, Professor Shim Dubo. Professor Shim is currently Dean of Social Science College and Professor of Media and Communication at Seongshin Women's University. He previously served assistant professor at the National University of Singapore and visiting scholar at Duke University. He authored and co-authored several books in Korean and English and has published essays in many different journals. He has been on editorial board members of many academic journals, including the International Journal of Cultural Studies and Asian Communication Research. His paper title today is Hallyu, K-drama, and Netflix. Please welcome Professor Shim.
Hello, my old pals and new friends. My name is Dubo Shim from Seongshin Women's University. I'm honored to have a chance to share my ideas on Korean drama and Netflix. Throughout the 2-day conference, I learned a lot. My sincere thanks go to the organizing committee of this great conference. Without further ado, I will start my presentation, which deals with current issues of Korean drama by bringing on both history and future. Since some point in time, the word Korean wave has come to signify various meanings and images such as tourism, Korean food, plastic surgery, the Korean language, etc. While such is the case now, it is television drama that have driven the Korean wave phenomenon. For example, Singaporean audience who formed fantasies about the snowy winter and autumn leaves after watching Winter Sonata changed their travel destinations to Korea instead of Europe and Australia. Namisum or Nami Island, where Winter Sonata was filmed, has become the most visited tourist destination in Korea every year. The so-called K-food fever also started from K-drama. Many foreign audiences confess that they became fans of Korean food after watching During the Palace or Daejanggeum. Chimek or chicken and beer that appeared frequently in My Love from the Star, 별에서 온 그대, and Crash Landing on You, 사랑의 불시착, and 순두부찌개 that was often featured in Itaewon Class and 돼지 껍데기 from What's Wrong with Secretary Kim, 김비서가 왜 그럴까, became the main menu items of Korean restaurants overseas. In fact, many Korean restaurants in various cities around the world started their businesses after the Daejanggeum syndrome. Then what about K-pop or Gayo? Overseas fans who watched My Mr. 나의 아저씨 and spontaneously heard the song 어른, adult, inserted in the drama tended to search for songs by Sondia and other Korean singers. Other audiences who just discovered the singer IU from the drama gradually moved on to K-pop fandom. In addition, foreign fans started learning Korean to feel the taste of the original language while watching Korean dramas. Korean studies courses in foreign universities, which were in danger of extinction in the early 2000s, are overflowing with Hallyu fan turned students these days. Interestingly, the Hallyu is advancing into a new stage in this COVID-19 pandemic. The craze over K-drama that has long had a strong image as a phenomenon among Asian audiences is widening its influences around the world in the form of Netflix original drama such as Kingdom, DP, and Squid Game. While many presenters have already talked about it, Squid Game was watched by 111 million paid households around the world in just 17 days after its release, setting a record for the highest number of households watching Netflix. The Korean play culture that appeared in Squid Game became popular all over the world, and last fall, Halloween festivals around the world were filled with people wearing Squid Game costumes. Season 2 of the zombie drama Kingdom, which was released on Netflix on March 13, 2020, oddly overlapped with the coronavirus pandemic that just hit the world and topped Netflix viewership in several countries. In addition, Crash Landing on You, My Mister, and All of Us Are Dead recorded the highest viewership ratings in several countries. In 2015, Netflix's first move to enter the Asian market was to invest in Korea, a regional media powerhouse. Their strategy was to utilize Korean dramas to target the Asian market. Like Netflix, Disney Plus announced that it would invest in Korean content to tap into the Southeast Asian market. Why are Korean dramas popular abroad? In the early days of the Korean wave, it was explained with the concept of cultural proximity. At the time, the Korean wave was a phenomenon in China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Vietnam, and these countries could be classified to belong to the Confucian East Asian pop cultural sphere. Based on this essentialist view, it was predicted that the Hallyu would remain within East Asia. However, as the Korean wave spread beyond the region, the validity of the concept of cultural proximity weakened. Instead, hybridity began to be mentioned frequently as a factor behind the popularity of Hallyu. As time went by, however, people realized that all cultures actually are outcomes of hybridity, and it became inappropriate to argue that hybridity per se was a key reason for the popularity of Korean dramas. Now, let's ask a question a little bit differently. Isn't it surprising that even foreign viewers also enjoy Korean dramas, feel pleasure in watching Korean dramas, and produce meaning from them like those viewers in Korea? To understand this phenomenon, let's examine the factors that would lead to popularity. From a text, we may think of following factors. Originality or fresh concept. It shouldn't be a brand new story, but it has to be a fresh take on the existing ideas that will lead the audience to crave the content more. And secondly, good television series have strong character development. They have several main characters who have both strengths and weakness that the audiences are able to identify with. Thirdly, we can think of good acting. That would make the television show believable and enjoyable. And also, an appropriate length of drama series is needed to sustain an audience engagement. And there could be more. But what about audiences? What are the commonalities that encompass drama viewers around the world? Why are Korean dramas preferred differently by different countries? And what is the narrative power of Korean drama text? One global commonality across the television production ecosystem is that audiences around the world have watched American television drama over a long period of time, through which they nurtured drama literacy and produced their own drama referencing US dramas. The fact that the world has been receptive to American drama in a cumulative fashion is properly confirmed by the research of Joseph Straubar, who conceived the concept of cultural proximity. According to him, in the 1970s, the Brazilian broadcaster TV Globo was able to export its dramas or telenovelas to neighboring countries on the following grounds. One, the broadcaster TV Global successfully localized American television production know-how to create telenovelas that blended an American style and Latin American cultural elements. Secondly, it was found that audiences from Central and South American countries who were accustomed to the style of American drama for a long time found this Brazilian telenovela to be culturally comfortable. Korean dramas also learned American drama style throughout the 20th century and were also influenced by Japanese animation and manga and Hong Kong films, which also adapted to American popular culture. Through this process of culture mixing and appropriation, Korean broadcasters have created unique content called K-drama. This is why overseas fans who watch Korean drama find similar singularity or bizarre homogeneity. In other words, foreign viewers find it easy to accept Korean dramas, which not only have a unique locality, but also have a popular cultural sensibility that was laid by American culture. Further, foreign audiences point out that Korean dramas contain solid and entertaining storylines, as well as good-looking actors who display superb acting. For example, a Brazilian author, Paulo Coelho, famous for his novel The Alchemist, wrote on his Twitter account after watching My Mister on Netflix in October 2020. According to him, it is, quote, a work that perfectly depicts the human condition, unquote. And he praises, quote, excellent script, fantastic directing, and superb acting, unquote. At the same time, it is worth paying attention to the stepping stone effect of foreign content that made Korean dramas popular abroad. Indonesian and Filipino audiences say that they became fans of Korean drama after the Taiwanese drama Meteor Garden took the countries by storm. Once they became familiar with the looks of Northeast Asian actors, they could appreciate Korean dramas. Fans in France and Germany who were originally fans of Japanese culture confessed that they became fans of Korean drama while examining how Japanese manga were adapted in Korean television dramas. A Myanmar audience who had been unaware of the existence of Korean drama said that she became a fan of Korean drama through a Thai broadcast that was spilled over to her country. Like this, the cultural peculiarities and arbitrariness of the region to which each audience belongs affect consumer taste and preference for media. In this presentation, I want to highlight the fact that Korean dramas have the power and charm of female-driven narratives. The fact that the population constituting the Hallyu fandom has been predominantly female is closely related to this. According to John Fisk, television programs are divided into either male or female genres. If the male genre encompasses a text about hard reality, the female genre deals with soft fiction. From this perspective, news, documentaries, and sports events are male genres, while melodramas and sitcoms are female genres. Despite this simplicity, the dichotomous classification contributes to clear understanding of the object under consideration. Throughout history, Korean dramas have spoken from women's point of view and depicted women's pain and suffering. By watching Korean drama, women who faced social discrimination imaginatively resolved the oppression of the patriarchy and created a semiotic space to respond to the strong. In other words, Korean dramas are a female genre. Further, the following two characteristics of the 21st century Korean dramas are becoming factors that attract the female viewers not only in Korea, but also overseas. First, Korean dramas wisely satisfy women's romantic fantasies. Let's look at the popular 2000s drama, Lovers in Paris and Goong, the Princess Hours. The main protagonists are either a jabber heir or a prince. However, they have flaws in personality and poor communication skills. On the other hand, their counterparts are ordinary women like us. The female protagonists are not perfect, but have lively personalities and are ordinary women who pursue their own dreams. They may look strong on the outside, but are soft on the inside. How about another popular series, Boys Over Flowers? A woman from an ordinary family is fervently courted by a group of boys from wealthy families. This pattern continues in a recent drama, 사내 맞선, or A Business Proposal, which just finished airing on April 5 on both SBS and Netflix, with 11.4% ratings for the final episode. The main character, Shin-hari, is an ordinary woman, but a person with lovely and fun characteristics. Shin-hari creates a relational balance between the two protagonists by filling in the shortcomings of Kang Tae-moo, who has wealth and power but lacks social skills. Such a plot makes it easy for female viewers, not only in Korea, but in all countries around the world, to identify with the main character and immerse themselves in the narrative of the drama, enjoying surrogate satisfaction. Second, in Korean dramas, a strong woman, both mentally and physically, leads the narrative. 대장금 is a story about a woman who overcomes adversity and crisis with wisdom and work ethic. The protagonist of My Name is Kim Sam-soon is a woman more with a strong sense of professionalism than an interest in love. The 기생 in Hwang Ji-ni are largely portrayed as artists who make efforts to hone their talents and reach a higher level. While Korean dramas in the 20th century serve the familiar fantasy of the older generation, in the 21st century, there are many narratives in which women who are socially and economically independent lead active lifestyles. When problems arise in 멜로가 체질 or be melodramatic, 술꾼 도시 여자들, work later, drink now, and 39, instead of relying on fathers or boyfriends' help, a trio of female friends solve the problem. Also, after the 2007 NBC drama Hit featured the female captain of a gangster squad at the Korea National Police Agency, for the first time in Korean drama history, female action became a genre. Kim Se-jung, Park Shin-hye, and Lee Si-young, who play the female protagonist in 경이로운 소문 or Uncanny Counter, Sisyphus, Sisyphus the Myth, and Sweet Home, perform more intense action than the male characters. Interestingly, many male characters shed tears in Korean dramas. The crying scenes acted by Shin Hyun-jun in Cain and Abel, Jo Jung-seok in 질투의 화신 or Don't Dare to Dream, Kim Soo-hyun in Psycho지만 괜찮아, It's Okay to Not Be Okay, and Lee Joon-ho in 옷소매 붉은 끝동, The Red Sleeve, won the sympathy and support of many female audiences. Now, foreign fans even point out the tearful acting of male characters as a cliche in Korean dramas. As such, Korean dramas have closely communicated with women, evolving in narrative and style, and are attracting viewers not only at home, but also overseas. For concluding remarks, let's go back to the Netflix case. The fact that Netflix original drama Squid Game is the most successful content among all Hallyu titles in the past 20 years, including movies, dramas, and K-pop, has many implications. Traditionally, US media companies have expanded their network of influence through partnerships with overseas media companies, media industries. Netflix has partnership with multinational content companies, including Korean ones such as CJ JTBC, TVN, and Studio Dragon. The global popularity of the Korean drama Squid Game not only signifies the decentralization of American culture hegemony, but also symbolizes the strengthening of American culture and information dominance. In other words, the combination of Hallyu and Netflix clearly reveals the reality of global popular culture. In the era of globalization, popular culture has formed various appearances, though nurtured primarily by an American standard and an increasingly dominant capitalist culture. This is why we need to closely examine the continuously expanding ubiquity of the global media system, all the more as Korean dramas become more global. These days, Chinese capital is entering this global media system. Tencent, which does business in all areas of the internet and media, is involved in Hollywood film production studios, as well as the world's largest music production companies, including Universal, Sony, and Warner Music. As global OTTs become important, Tencent is expanding its business by acquiring iFlix, which was called the Netflix of Southeast Asia. Baidu, the world's largest Chinese search engine and portal site, operates a video platform, iQIYI. Both platforms highlight the fact that they have huge libraries of Korean drama content as their value proposition. It is necessary to take meticulous preventive measures so that the Korean drama industry would not become a subcontractor factory for global OTTs. In this globalization era, the audiences are symbolically connected across borders. Watching Korean dramas, they are surprised to realize that Koreans have also gone through similar experiences in various stages of their lives. Through this, they can feel closeness and favorable image and feelings toward Korean society and culture. However, this does not mean that they only embrace Korean culture. Korean dramas are just one of many cultural menus the foreign audiences may choose from. Nevertheless, it would be great if viewers around the world could look back on their lives and dream of a better life through watching Korean drama. Thank you very much for your attention. This is all.
Thank you, Professor Shim, for concluding our the last presentation excellently. As one of the early pioneers in Hallyu research, it's very good to hear from your perspective from the past and then also in the present. Okay, so now I am going to introduce our discussant, Professor Anthony Fong. Professor Fong is a professor in the School of Journalism and Communication at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and professor in the School of Art and Communication at Beijing Normal University in Beijing. His current research projects include youth culture and the consumption of popular culture in Hong Kong and China, globalization of TV format, transnational media corporations in China and Asia, and new media and online communities. Yes, please welcome Professor Pong. Professor Pong, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I cannot turn on my my video. I'm not allowed. Can somebody allow me to turn on my video?
Maybe we should make him a co-host.
Anyway, I can. Well, I can simply talk like that, but you will not see me. Is it, or I just continue like that?
Yeah, I think you're allowed to.
Still not possible at this moment. Anyway, I guess I know there's not much time. Maybe I start right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Well, it's good like to see you all here, and then it's good to meet new friends and see old friends like Dongbo and so forth. Although you cannot see me at this moment. Let me give some suggestions and comments and questions to these three papers. The first one is by Joseph. Thank you for your paper. I think your paper is really a bit complex. Talking about you talk about distribution, production, as well as the corporate Netflix culture. I guess the central argument is that this kind of global culture from Netflix, and with this kind of very specific corporate culture, is changing the kind of production in Korea. As you said, Netflix emphasize freedom, responsibility, egalitarianism, and so forth. And this might lead to another kind of like corporate culture and influence the culture in Korea. Then the first question that I have is whether this will lead to a better production, better corporate culture in Korea. And then it's very interesting that you mentioned the kind of concept. You use the concept of imperialism or a platform hegemony to describe that. Are there two sense of it? I guess there is the physical sense of it that you also mentioned, like Netflix actually takes over a lot of broadband usage, and then of course these broadbands are not owned by Netflix, but and so that's why some companies in Korea are suing Netflix, and they do when we see imperialism, it means some occupation and changing the culture. I like for this physical model, like the physical imperialism, I think it's quite justified unless there is a kind of a dispute internationally. Like there's a international jurisdiction, like say for example, we go to Google's, Facebook, and they do occupy the bandwidth, but nobody complains, right? So I guess for this more physical kind of imperialism, I think it can be put aside first. And I want to discuss more the concept about the imperialist logic. There is the culture that bring in to Korea with this kind of like Netflix usage. Like you mentioned that like this corporate culture is changing or perhaps like influencing the kind of production culture in Korea, and that is also reflected in your description of Kingdom, and in Kingdom basically is a kind of like anti-hierarchical values, and that is probably some kind of like really traditional hierarchy in Korea as well. Then it comes to the argument whether this is really hegemonic or imperialist. When we say like it goes back to the old argument of media imperialism, it means that it actually the foreign media actually dominate the local culture with the media like content, and basically it erases the local one and it replaces with the so-called dominant Western value. But the question is, like nowadays in the world of globalization, so whether we are asking whether these values come in are really universal value. Say if there is universal value like justice and non-hierarchical value that actually that everybody accept, like including the young generation. Then in that sense, can it be counted as something like imperialist? That is something that we can think about. But I think one of the major points that actually you mentioned in the very beginning is very legitimate. It's about the business practice. And I see your basic diagram. You're saying that in fact the net operating cash flow of the industry is going down. Although the dramas are highly popular on Netflix, that means in fact they are actually, when Netflix come in, they're bringing in a kind of new practices, business practice. They actually get a lot of money for production to increase the kind of like the click rate and the audience size. But whether this can be considered as a kind of malpractice, or a practice not good for the development of Korean business, Korean movie industry, TV industry in the long term. I think this has to be dissected. In fact, is it a short-term phenomenon and only applicable in the West? And if that brings in and goes into Korea, is it a good thing? Will it actually actually deteriorate the kind of business operation, the very stable operation of Korean industry in the future. I think that can be discussed. In general, I really like your paper. It brings in some really new insight. Let's go to the second paper. I'm seeing Gegara. Am I pronouncing your name good? This is your paper about Netflix recommendation system. Is really innovative. I really like that. This is the first time I see that people using experiment some new strategies to evaluate the kind of popularity of Korean content. And I don't know the details of operation. I'm not that a scientist like you, but I think you raised some good point. First of all, you mentioned that like after watching Korean content, there will be more thumbnails, about like Korean content on social media and so forth, and Japanese content finally lose out. Then I will ask the reason why, and why say like Korean title could be heavily promoted. Is it because of some individual reason? Say the audience are primarily Asians, and Asians really like to circulate this kind of message. Or in fact, it's not about that. It's about the Korean content itself. Do they have more like interesting point, or actually more talking point for people to discuss on social media, and so that they circulate more? And you also mentioned that Korean classics are very prominent, and then you got more thumbnails as well. Then why Korean classics are more prominent than others? I think now basically you have a very good result, and I suppose if I don't know whether it's possible by doing some kind of like more qualitative interview, then you could like really answer the question why, like say the Korean content is more prominent than the Japanese one, or maybe prominent than other Western titles as well. That's my suggestions. And in general, this is really good. This is first time that I've seen this kind of innovative methods. Then it goes to Dongbo-shin. I haven't seen it for a long time. I see you on the screen. It's about Hallyu and Netflix. I think your paper raises an important point in the very beginning. Like Hallyu actually brings in tourism, facial surgery, food, like and that and then that kind of popularity of Korean culture to the rest of the world. And I myself went to Nani Island, as you mentioned. Then there comes to this Netflix culture, like Kingdom, Squid Game. Then I would ask, what do they say fundamental difference between them? Or there are two interpretations. One interpretation is that, in fact, there are two different things. One is totally run on a Korean system, like Korean drama. Hallyu is basically operated by an Asian operator, like a Korean. And Netflix is a Western distributor and producers. And there's the first argument is that if there is a fundamental differences between them, then they are not like a kind of continuum. There is maybe Netflix is popular and Kingdom, Squid Games are popular. Would they actually serve the same purpose? Actually bring in the same kind of popularity of tourism, facial surgery, and food to Western audience, and then And that is one of the thoughts. And the second thought is that, in fact, we can see it as a more like a continuation. That is, Hallyu is so successful that like Western like operator platform cannot ignore it anymore, and then it actually helps the global capital to expand their revenues, either in Asia or overseas. So I guess exactly. Actually, you cite like Joseph Straber's argument about cultural proximity is one of the reasons why like TV was like some American TV is so popular in the States. I think that reason is no longer valid nowadays with the internet. And then it needs a new answer. And then you probably can, when you compare the Hallyu, K-drama, and Netflix, you might probably come up with a new answer that challenge the old paradigm, like cultural proximity. Also, maybe and then actually you say a few reasons. Like one reason is the audience. Say if it's a female gaze, say it's it's a Western, it's related to gender, or it can be related to ideology. Say I suppose one of the reasons why Parasite got Oscar, because they actually talks about actually it talks about something Joseph mentioned earlier. In fact, they say some kind of ideologies embedded in the new drama, new content produced by Koreans. They are challenging the kind of inequality, fundamental values. So I think that can be also a reason. In the end, I want to actually ask a question from a political economic perspective. I do a lot of political economy about Asian medias. It's about the survival problem. In fact, in the end of your presentation, you mentioned that like Chinese capital also have its own platform. Say Baidu operates this iQIYI, and they carry Korean content. Now Netflix also carries these kind of Korean dramas, and they become a kind of content embedded in them, and then it's a kind of really good attraction for audience. Then my question is, first, will you change the fundamental content and production of this so-called Hallyu? So if Hallyu in the future is for a bigger audience, it's not just for Korean, and then it deliberately actually produced it by, or in fact produced with, say, Netflix or Chinese platform, would the content be changed over time? Then there is a kind of, and then it leads to the question whether it also bring in tourism, like kind of like culture flow into Korea. And then second is about the survival problem. Like from a political economic perspective, I always ask this question. For a long time, only a few countries, maybe not even nowadays, only a few countries can survive with its own program, like consumed domestically. Say maybe the United States, there's a big audience, big like amount of consumption, that's okay. But in China, that's okay. But for many countries, for this kind of production, if they don't see that kind of like consumption overseas, that is have tracking more audience, bringing more revenues, they could not survive. Then the question is whether these survival problems would be a kind of like one of the reasons that actually the kind of production has to be given way to the tastes of, say, Chinese audience or Western audience. Then there's a question that I want to ask. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for your many ideas, comments, questions. Professor Fong. Now I'm going to give time for our three presenters. You don't have to answer everything, but try to incorporate the questions and then make your short and succinct answer as short as possible because we don't have much time. So each presenter can have about 3 minutes to answer the questions given by Professor Fong. So let's go with the order of the presentation. So Joseph, do you?
Yes, I'm happy to answer the questions. I think these are great questions. You asked me kind of like questioning the basic terms. Is it really imperialistic? Is it really hegemonic? Is this the change in kind of business practices a kind of malpractice, right? And the questions you're asking me are very much the questions that I'm asking myself. That is to say, like, I'm not taking for granted that this is a kind of imperialism, and I'm not taking for, I mean, I should take a step back and say, like, what's the paper's really interested in, it's coming from a place where, I mean, I think Netflix is really kind of unreliable in terms of, I mean, I think the methodological problems that, about researching Netflix are very specific. And, I think there's like, for example, looking at their financial data is very misleading as that first chart just sort of stands in for a larger set of problems. And so my approach to that is to think about culture and think about culture in a very specific way, right? That is like in terms of like the Petri dish, like conditions for growth. Precisely because culture is one place where Netflix like loves to talk about itself, right? There's like this whole series of internal podcasts about Netflix culture, right? There's, they have all these employees talking about their own culture, and they talk about it in this really ambivalent way, right? And they talk about growth. And so the podcaster will say, have you grown in this job? And they say like, yeah, I've grown. But they're full of anxiety when they say that. And so it's something that's very positive. It's almost like they're talking about the growth of a tumor. And I'm not even really joking. Like it's like this weird discomfort. And the reason why is because if you don't grow at Netflix, you get fired, right? And so there's this like weird kind of like, you have to grow or else you die. And that like, I was looking at why Kingdom is so compelling for me. If you notice, it's not like an ideological reading of the text, or it's not like it's not about representation. It's just about the way it expresses a certain kind of corporate culture. The other example, the interview, just very quickly, that before today's session with director Huang, which I thought was just fantastic. He talked about how, he's talked about the freedom, and a lot of producers, Netflix producers, the writer for Kingdom included, talk about the freedom that Netflix affords, right? But this is also the other thing that director Huang said was that Netflix owns the IP. There's no back end, right? There's no, if it's a runaway success like Squid Game was, it's not just that Netflix is stingy with money or the stingy with, there's actually no way to measure the success of something that's really seems to be successful, because all you have is subscription rates. You see that the subscription rate went up, but that could be for, Squid Game, that could be for one of it could be lots of different things, right? So culture for me is this really interesting place to think about the ways in which production and business conditions for business kind of intersect in a kind of provocative way. And a place where, like you can actually, read what they're saying, what Netflix itself is saying about itself productively. So that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So let's move on to Gregoire.
Yes. Well, you asked about why Korean content is more promoted than Japanese content. And I think it's important to note that at the start of the experiment, Japanese content is actually more promoted than Korean content. Before the user has watched anything, Japanese titles are more prominent on the homepage than Korean content. And it's only after the user has expressed interest in Korean content that Korean content becomes very promoted on the homepage. And the reasons for that, I think, are very mysterious. It's the way the algorithm works, apparently, is depending on audience behavior. It works by taste clusters. So whatever the audience does, the Korean content audience does, is reflected in the homepage of all the other K-drama fans. So we can only presume that Korean fans, K-drama fans across the world, are maybe more dedicated to Korean content than Japanese fans, for example. That would maybe explain it. We could also maybe say that Korean content is more diverse on Netflix than Japanese titles. Japanese titles on Netflix tend to be anime for the most part. So if a user has absolutely no interest in anime, there is no reason for it to be so heavily promoted on the homepage. So yeah, I think there's the reasons for Korean content being more promoted than Japanese after a while is not necessarily based on a decision by Netflix or a strategic choice by Netflix staff. I think it's purely algorithmic, and this is related to the way the audience for Korean content behaves across Netflix in the whole world. So I think what we see is maybe I think the best hypothesis is that Korean K-drama fans across the world are more obsessive in a way than Japanese fans, maybe. I can't know for sure with the data that we have. But Professor Sok Kyung-hong has done some great work on that. She interviewed with her team some K-drama fans from across the world, and the results are very interesting for that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, and then Professor Shim.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Anthony, you asked so many questions, but they are all they are all thought-provoking. Due to time constraint, I don't think I have enough time to answer all your questions, but I'm going to answer as many as possible. The difference between Korean drama production under Korean broadcasters and Netflix. As so many presenters already have presented their wonderful research outcomes today and yesterday. But what I want to add is that under Netflix auspices of Korean drama production, drama producers have and directors and staff members have more enough time and with a higher production cost that nicely allows them a room for creative freedom. I think that is one good point. And I'm going to jump to another question regarding Joe Straubhaar. The reason I mentioned Straubhaar is not that I think cultural proximity was a reason for Korean drama's popularity in East Asia or something like that. As I said in my presentation, the theory of cultural proximity was already rejected and disapproved in many cases because Korean wave is not just a phenomenon within somewhere in the Northeast Asia, but it is now a global phenomenon. The reason I mentioned Straubhaar is that while many people simply think of cultural proximity when they read Joseph Straubhaar's theory, but I find one of the important contribution made by Straubhaar is that he suggested the importance of American media. American media's power within a long period of time in influencing drama production style in Latin America, and that case can be applied to other region and areas in this global era, because Korean drama has learned a lot from America. Japan also learned a lot from America. Hong Kong also learned a lot from America. And I find almost all countries around the world from mid-20th century, they are kind of students of American media system. That is one important strength of the American media system in this globalization era. And another thing is that the small size of audience market from the standpoint of Korean drama production is always a problem and always a concern throughout the span of the Korean wave for the past 20 or 30 years. But one thing, hello? One thing is that Korean drama has been popular when they initially focus on the drama audiences within Korea. After they try to cater to the audiences within Korea, interestingly, those dramas become also popular around the world. Look at Daejanggeum, different from many people's conception and predictions. When the drama producers of Daejanggeum initially conceived the idea and filmed the Daejanggeum, they didn't take foreign audiences and foreign markets into consideration. But surprisingly, it became a mega hit. So even today, most of the Korean dramas like All of Us Are Dead or other Netflix original dramas, they tend to focus on the problems of the society within Korea. And that nicely moves to the universal concern from the perspectives of the audiences around the world. I always like your political economy perspective. Thank you very much for your contribution. See you next time, and please invite me to Hong Kong, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
All right, then thank you so much. We already passed our given time, so I'm sorry for the active users who left questions on chat box on YouTube. We'll not be able to give questions to our presenters, but we will deliver those questions to our each presenters after this session. I hope you understand. So this is our last session. Let us meet after lunch break, and then we'll start a roundtable session at 1:10, so 10 past 1. I have one announcement before that. We have actually extra another presentation today, right before the roundtable session begins, because we have the one presenter who missed the time due to personal reason yesterday. So we will begin with a presentation by Ruchi Kerjagi of Symbiosis International University, and then she is going to talk about Korean drama on Netflix India. So we'll begin with Netflix India presentation at 10 past 1, and we'll continue our roundtable discussion. So stay with us. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch. Now we are getting into a roundtable discussion with all those chairs and also organizers. But before we move on to the roundtable discussion, as announced, we have one last presentation. It's done by Professor Jagi, Ruichikar Jagi. She was supposed to give her paper yesterday, the second session, but she couldn't make it due to a personal reason. So instead, we invite her to give her presentation now. Her paper title is Investigating the Popularity of Korean Dramas on Netflix India, the Practitioner's Perspectives. So let me briefly introduce the speaker. Ruichikar Jagi is a professor and a director of Symbiosis Institute of Media and Communication and dean of the Faculty of Media and Communication, Symbiosis International in India. Please welcome Professor Jagi.
Thank you so much. And once again, very sorry for yesterday and very grateful for this opportunity to present today. Like I've been told, I have 10 minutes, so I'll try to make it very fast. And thank you for this opportunity once again. I hope my screen is visible. I am somebody who has been very interested in understanding, and I'm a big fan of Korean dramas myself. So somewhere this fan dimension kind of came with a dimension of using this opportunity to make some scholarly contribution in this area. So I have been trying to understand the whole popularity of Korean dramas in India through different lenses, but I primarily have now been, this particular project is investigating the popularity of Korean dramas on Netflix India, and I am trying to understand this popularity through the points of view of the media practitioners in India, and that's what very briefly I'd like to discuss today. Now, just to give you an idea of the Indian media context, India right now has 906 linear television channels. There are 40 OTT platforms. 800 million Indians access the internet. 503 million Indians are smartphone users. 497 million of these are video viewers. And very interestingly, amongst the top 5 OTT platforms by revenue, Netflix is one of them. This is to provide a context about the size and reach of the Indian media industry to all of you here. Both linear and over-the-top platforms coexist. And of course, the position of Netflix is very important to understand in this otherwise very media-rich context. Now, if I talk about especially Korean dramas in India, a bit of a history. So in the northeast of India, in the state of Manipur, because of political tensions, a lot of Indian content had been banned, especially Hindi films, which is called Bollywood popularly, and TV serials were banned in early 2000s in the state of Manipur, which then had access to a lot of Korean films and dramas which made way into Manipur through pirated CDs and local markets. Very popular dramas at that point in time in Manipur were the classic Full House, A Moment to Remember. But very interestingly, in the year 2006, the national television channel, the national TV broadcaster, started telecasting Korean dramas, which were dubbed in Indian languages. Then one of them was Emperor of the Sea, the other one was Jewel in the Palace. And later in 2014, very interestingly, Korean dramas now started getting broadcasted on regional television channels. So Boys Over Flowers, The Heirs, and Playful Kiss were extremely popular at that point in time. Then Korean drama started getting dubbed in Hindi, which is again one of the most popular languages in India. And Descendants of the Sun turned out to be one of the most popular in the year 2017. But I think the biggest surge in the penetration of Korean drama started in 2016 when Netflix came to India, because with Netflix came a lot of Korean dramas in India, and there was a surge in the consumption of Korean content in India, even when it had its own media industry. Now, recently, if I look at like a lot of mainstream coverage of or the conversations on Korean dramas in India, these are the very popular Korean dramas in India: Squid Games, It's Okay to Not Be Okay, Crash Landing on You, Hometown Cha-Cha, The King. And most of the Korean drama viewing is on Netflix. and then some on the Hong Kong streaming platform View, which is also available in India. In the year 2020, which was the year of course, the first year of the pandemic and a lot of lockdown and everything, the viewing of Korean dramas on Netflix India increased by 370%, 3.7 times more than the Korean drama viewing in the year 2019. There are some more interesting things to talk about here. In terms of Indian visitors going to Korea, there was a 20% increase from the year 2018 to 2019. There was also, as reported by Amazon India, there's been a 2 times increase in the sales of Korean beauty range products in India. Very interestingly, the Euromonitor analysis of 2021 says that there was 178% higher consumption of ramen in India in the year 2021. And then one of the linear television service providers in India, which is known as Dish TV, now provides a daily package of less than 2 cents to watch Korean dramas in Indian languages. So it's a very, very interesting ecology in which the Korean dramas are seeing this sort of a popularity in India. I especially would like to quote someone here. India brings out this report, which is brought out by the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry and Ernst & Young every year, which evaluates the media and entertainment industry of India annually. Now, in this year's report, the Vice President Content of Netflix India, especially her quote, focuses on this entire phenomenon of Korean content on streaming platforms in India. And this is a very coveted report, and there is a special section just dedicated to how Korean content became so popular on streaming platforms in India. Now, this is, and I logged out of my Netflix account to kind of come to this particular slide because I'm a avid Korean drama viewer. So I logged out of my account and then just logged on to the Netflix website to see that on March 28, 22, that's the day I submitted this presentation, there are 3 Korean dramas on the top 10 list of what is being streamed on Netflix at number 4, at number 6, and at number 9 that you see, right? In terms of a lot of Hallyu scholarship concepts, which have influenced Indian scholars, and the way they have looked at studying Korean content and its popularity in India, there are concepts of cultural proximity, cultural hybridity. There is a lot of work that we are inspired by in terms of transnational cultural flow. In particular, transnational Hallyu, this work has influenced some work that has been coming out of India to understand, this whole penetration of Hallyu in India. But particularly why I wanted to talk about these concepts is to just make a point here that these concepts have been very, very insightful to develop the conceptual and theoretical framework of studies in India to investigate the penetration of Korean content in India. So in particular, I would like you to focus on the last particular, this argument that comes out of June 2017. Korean wave represents the contra-cultural flow, just like India, Brazil, and Mexico. And somewhere I think that also helps me put forth these similarities that a lot of Indian scholars also look at Korean content in a way, because the similarities are of the kind that in the way the Hindi film industry in India, Bollywood, the way it's kind of a contra flow, a geocultural media flow that flows to the West. It's that kind of a similarity with which a lot of scholars have argued, the way Korean content has seen a surge in India. So I was trying to do a review of the scholarship that's been available in India and what is the kind of work that has especially been done on Korean dramas in India. So I have, and I think I can say that this is exhaustive because this is the kind of work that's been coming out, Korean wave, Korean media consumption in Manipur, to Korea's cultural diplomacy, to also some work. There's a thesis right now, which very interestingly, which talks about the consumption of Korean dramas by post-millennial women in India. Then Indian fans, some work on that. Cultural impact of Hallyu, and then like I said, cultural proximity and hybridity. That's something that a few scholars have focused on. In fact, I'm myself a part of a project of a book that's recently come out, which is called Korean Wave in South Asia, where my chapter talks about Korean drama's popularity amongst young people in India, especially from the point of view of aspirations and consumerism. Now, the major thematic dimensions that one sees of the work that has come out of the scholarship on Hallyu in India is primarily investigating its popularity. The scholarship on Korean dramas is small, and it's a part of a larger phenomenon of the investigation of the overall popularity of Korean content in India. The work is primarily very descriptive and focused on reception studies, because at the end of it, I cannot even claim, or a scholar like me or my community cannot claim to do textual studies, because subbing and dubbing and cultural reappropriation that comes with it has its own inherent challenges. Fandom and fan communities and the role of digital technology is something that is being investigated. But what is primarily missing is a perspective from the industry. Industry studies in this space are absent in the Indian context, and they're mostly available in the form of reports and articles in popular media. So to address this, I'm trying to investigate Korean dramas on Netflix India and trying to get some industry perspectives on it. The theoretical framework that is helping me build this study and take it forward is the critical media industry's approach proposed by Havens et al. And I will argue why primarily this, because I think critical media industry's approach offers me this particular core of looking at how Korean dramas have shaped industry practices, which is like a little a different way of looking at it. But I just have 2 minutes left. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm conducting exploratory research, in-depth interviews, where I'm trying to talk to multiple media professionals, producers, people from Netflix India, journalists, and trying to understand their perception of how Korean dramas are influencing industry practices, one, but also why, according to them, they are very popular. I have found a few very interesting discourses emerging, and this is a work in progress, like I said. So the interviews are ongoing. The first level of a few interviews are done, but one of the biggest things that industry practitioners talk about is this whole ecology of stories and storytelling. And they say great stories can come from anywhere and entertain everyone. And in particular, Korean dramas are like local dramas with specifics of setting, characters which are rooted in Korea, but the narrative tropes are very universal. Indians feel very connected to Korean cultural insights like family dynamics, income disparity, Bollywood romance, and Indians have been expecting this content, and subbing and dubbing has been very, very, in that sense, facilitating. Work from home post-COVID has also made this phenomenon bigger. Now, in particular, Netflix and K-dramas have a very interesting relationship. One of the professionals from Netflix was of the opinion that Netflix is influential in taking the Korean drama wave forward. But according to many other professionals, Netflix just made use of the opportunity that was available to them. One of the most exciting characteristics or features about Netflix also is its customization on smartphones. So what happens is that a lot of Indians consume their media content on smartphones, and the whole customization on smartphones, no advertisements, etc., is something that has also led to the increase in this popularity. A lot of practitioners also talk about the lessons for Indian content through this surge. Just the way it, they say that this exposure to them is so important because it offers them some sort of a horizon which is global, and also an orientation towards the global markets. And it also tells them that just like Korea is doing it in India, we are sitting on a landmine of untapped potential of local stories, which also needs to be tapped. Very interestingly, and this is where I will conclude with, there are a lot of new avenues of Korean content journalists which are opening in India. I interviewed a journalist who just writes on Korean content in India. And according to her right now, the opportunities for journalists who write on Korean content are huge. Like I said, this is a work in progress where I've tried to provide a descriptive overview of the media practitioner's perspective on the popularity of Korean content in India. The interviews, first phase with a few are done. The interviews are ongoing, but I'm excited about this work, and your feedback and comments would help me enrich this work further. This is just a screenshot of a very popular podcast called Hello Hallyu, which deconstructs Hallyu in India, which is run by 2 journalists. I don't have the time to play a clip from that, but thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
So much, Professor Jage. So you really made it into 10 minutes. Thanks so much for your effort. Yes. I'll give a brief announcement before we move on to a roundtable discussion. We will take 3-minute break. And then please stay with us. Stay tuned. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Again, thanks so much for attending this conference on Netflix and the Korean Wave. At the final session, we are now taking the round table, talking about the Korean Wave in the Netflix era. We invite 7 chairs of the conference. Sang-Jun Lee from Nanyang Technological University, Yong-Jin Won, Seogang University, Seok Kyung-hong, Seoul National University, Seung-Hae Son, Sejong University, Mi-Sung Woo, Yonsei University, and Young-Han-jo at the Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. And I'm Dal Young-jin at the Simon Fraser University. Several presenters in 7 sessions commonly talked about the importance of Korean Wave in the Netflix era and in general digital platform era. Therefore, the 7 chairs will talk about the nexus of Korean Wave and Netflix and in general digital platform. We identified several important the topics. So we have the many for the major topics, but since time constraint, each the chair may have their only 3-4 minutes per the question. But at the end of the starting point, I would like to ask whether Netflix originals or Netflix programs, films, or the television dramas, as the several presenters talked about. Again, this is the only starting point. Therefore, we might invite only a few, of the 7 chairs, and therefore we are going to the end of the next, the discussion topics. So let me invite Professor Sang-Jun Lee first.
Okay, thank you. So I think due to the time limit, I think I have to make it very quick. I tend to talk long, so I'll make it very quick. So throughout the conference, many questions also mentions whether Squid Game is a Korean cinema or a TV show, or how can we perceive Netflix as a content producer for film or TV shows. But I think the turning point was, I think, 2019, 2020 when South Korean film industry people jumped into the Netflix. Probably the first major show must be Kingdom. Kingdom was a turning point because it was directed by Kim Sung-hoon, a renowned South Korean filmmaker. And then the format was quite revolutionary. It was just short, just 4 to 6 episodes for first season and second season. So that was a kind of starting point, people asking questions whether Netflix is TV show or film. I think it's really depend on how audience received the content. I'm for sure Kingdom and Squid Game, the most audience around the world, they receive it as a TV show. But one thing is very sure, that we are living in a very interesting era. So South Korean film industry before 2020, before pandemic era, was quite healthy despite its many problems. And the parasite movement came in. But after pandemic era, everything has changed. Now the classic decade-old distinction between film and TV series is getting really blurred. And it's very difficult to distinguish between film and TV because in terms of South Korean TV industry, most film industry personnel, the expert and all the staff, they've already moved, most of them, but many of them are moving into Netflix and other OTT content creation part. So the distinction is getting blurred, and we may need to define we start to thinking about the new definition of cinema and TV in the age of Netflix.
Okay, thanks so much, Professor Sang-Jun Lee. Next speaker is Young-Han-jo.
Thank you for opening the discussion. I think the question of whether the Netflix series is a film or not is a great question to be discussed a lot. But I think the answer is not that important because it depending on the audience, and audience will decide whether a certain of series will be received as a film or not. But at the same time, this question may lead to another important question, whether as a scholar we might approach this for instance, Squid Game as a text or as a phenomenon? Is that another question about the discussion between the cultural studies tradition and film studies tradition? And I don't think there's no reason we might adhere to what's so-called traditional one. So might be Netflix also bring into another fusion between the cultural studies and film study in the future too. Thank you.
Yep. So the next speaker is Ms. Sung-woo.
I think it's an interesting question, but as far as I remember, Netflix started as a small video rental company back in old days, right? Many of us remember. So Netflix is now one of the world's largest global television and video streaming website, creating a certain cosmopolitan consumption experience and pushing viewers towards a binge-watching mode of consumption. So people tend to spend more time watching Netflix content in a really fast mode. So I think it's creating not just Korean wave. It seems to it seems to create a broader, larger wave, as some of our presenters mentioned in the presentation. So as Professor Cho nicely pointed out, I think it doesn't matter whether Netflix is a television or phenomenon. I think it's both, actually. It's creating a larger phenomenon. And at the same time, it's a television to some people, and at the same time, it can be also video streaming website.
Okay, thanks so much. Three speakers talked about their opinion on the notion of Netflix as either television or the film. But most of all, we might say that Netflix is not belong to a traditional the industry sector. As Professor Jo Kim during her presentation talked about deconstructing boundaries as the unreal. It's happening. Therefore, the boundaries are the blurring, which means that we might define the new era, new concept, which is what we as the scholars have to develop and pursue. I think that this is only the starting point again. Therefore, we are now moving on to the four major discussion topics. Since the title of the conference is Netflix Writing the Korean Wave or vice versa, we are selecting the third question first. Again, several papers today talked about the conference's theme is Netflix Writing the Korean Wave or vice versa. Therefore, we may need to discuss it as the session chairs, presenters, and the attendees learned a lot about it. So, what's your opinion as the scholar, chair, and the presenter on this particular the theme? Do you think Netflix is writing Korean Wave or Korean Wave is writing the Netflix? I think that we gave the pass to three presenters, so I might start with Seung-hae.
Thank you. Thank you for, first of all, I'm very pleased to join this this team of distinguished Hallyu researchers. The question is Netflix writing the Korean wave or vice versa? I didn't think the organizing committee intended for us to choose one. But to carefully consider their relationship and the mutual impact, where any of the presenters of my session gave answers to that too. So first, on the Netflix side, it has been benefited financially from globalizing the local strategy around the world. They are heavily investing local media industries in many countries to secure competitive contents. For example, India is one of them. And however, it is true that Korean drama series, including Squid Game, and at the same time, 갯마을 차차차 or 사랑의 불시차, they all contributed significantly in terms of getting social buzz, as well as new subscribers, especially in non-English speaking markets. So but unfortunately, Netflix's last year's performance was kind of disappointing, as you all know that, and the subscriber growth has stagnated. So it is becoming more difficult for them to obtain quality content with less cost, with competitive to other OTTs, intensifying competition. From the perspective of Korean media industry, it is effective as a way to strengthen the diversity of content and is the easiest way to enter the global market. In addition, in the future, the success will give a negotiating power with other OTTs such as Apple TV and Disney+. These are the positive effects, but on the other hand, it shouldn't be ignored or pointed out that the issues such as the neutralization of content regulation in each individual country, whatever reason what they have, or dispute over network usage fees and the transparency of their business operations. So, and one interesting research topic was raised by Professor Han yesterday in my session on the issue of creativity and creative labor, which would be affected by the global distribution through OTTs. What is the creativity that will be valued, or what the creative labor would change within the media industry will be an important issue for the follow for the researchers like us. Do I have 3 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Professor Son. Now, I may invite Professor Yong-Jin Won to talk about this particular issue.
Okay. Yeah. Now, Korea is facing Netflix at the closest distance now. However, there is no one to argue that a fair deal between the production system and the Netflix could be made in the face. They even think of it as a manageable means, saying that they can make any due leap for the using Netflix. And the Squid Game is, in that sense, is working like simulacra. So every industry in the world has a kind of security system to promote its own interest and to determine their fate. And this is because nobody firmly believes in either the market or the state. However, if you turn to the Korean production industry, there is no such belief, no concern at all about the security system. So, again, producers with a desire for success tend to face Netflix one-to-one. And this is a reality formed from the near past, but it is also reality created and strengthened by Netflix. Until now, the production ecosystem has been maintained with a collective will within the film or television or production industry. That's why Korea's cultural production system has survived the cultural competition and became a partner of Netflix. However, even if we look at the problems such as intellectual property rights, it can be seen that a fair transaction are not made anymore. So can the term companion be used when fair transactions do not occur? There is no agent in the industry to talk about and to fix such a problem. So we are witnessing a kind of a big unbalanced relations between the two parts. The Netflix with big data and algorithm versus Korean creators with talent and competence. And that's the reality now. And I think so.
Okay. Thanks so much, Professor Won. Now we invite Professor Seok Kyung-hong to talk about the same issue.
Actually, I have so many things in my brain, so I cannot have enough time to have a synthetic something to describe all I have thought during today's conference. But what I think, focusing on this question, the relation between Netflix and Korean Wave or Hallyu, I think that in a word, I can say that I'd like to say that the two parts are in a kind of strategical cooptation, which seems kind of collaboration at this very moment. Other professors have already said that what is happening in terms of production and terms of intellectual property. But I had like to underline that the Korean content's power in Netflix, the reason why Netflix have chosen Korea to make the intensive investment in production and utilize Korean content to, as we know, as we see that, for example, in France, or I know that they are very present in other countries, is that Korean content's power in Netflix is based on the Korean content's power in Asian market, because the Netflix or the other global OTTs need to get this Asian market, because the other markets, North American and European markets, are already saturated, and the other part, Africa or Latin America, is very not yet very competitive, I think. But in global OTT's content are very middle class oriented content. So Asia's growing population, middle class population, is their goal in terms of market target. So Korean content is dominating in this market, having hegemony, durable hegemony in this market is the reason that Netflix investing in Korean content. And even when we saw the result of, for example, how many weeks Netflix original production Korean contents as Squid Game or Hellbound, etc., in Asian countries and other parts of the world, in Asian countries, they were rapidly replicated by Hometown Cha-Cha-Cha or Kings of Action, etc. But when the other Korean dramas are, if they are present in the top 10 global audience records of Netflix, is the power of Asian audience. It's not the power of other part of the world. So I think that someone have said that is Professor Cho, why Asia is absent in this our discussion of today conference. Yeah, this is right, but I think that it is present in this term, as I explained, and as we saw the result of both the recommendation system, the results of Korean contents and Japanese contents in French cases show that if in France, Korean contents are prominent compared to Japanese contents, it's because the people who love Korean content, so the population who love Korean contents as well as the Asian contents are there at present, and their power is promoting Korean content. So I think that Asian dimension is very important that we have not sufficiently invested in during today's conference. So I think that perhaps we will talk about this more with another questions, but we have to, I think that investigate more the dimension of Hallyu drama as Hallyu drama which are popular in Asian, East Asian area, and K-drama, Korean drama, as global contents. And the third way, diasporic Korean drama, as is the case of Pachinko. The third way, I think, we will perhaps investigate in the near future the difference, a strategical difference of these three kind of contents, Korean contents in the global market. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. One thing that I want to add, to this particular, the subject is that many people, thought that, Netflix entered the Korean business market in 2016, and therefore Netflix funded Okja, the first the film, and the Kingdom first original. Therefore, they might say Netflix is riding the Korean wave. But the notion of the riding Korean wave actually existed 10 years ago. The first the sentence. The same sentence appeared in New York Times around the year 2009, 2010, and the first the journal article appeared in 2011 when Brian Yesis at the Wollongong University in Australia and Kwang Seok Lee, at that time the researcher at the same university, now the professor at the Seoul Science Tech University, they made the journal special issue in Media International Australia, and the introductory article was about Netflix riding the Korean wave. So it's kind of the long history, which means that in general, Korean wave, certainly was there. Netflix certainly was there. Netflix, started its business in 1997. Then the Korean wave almost started at the same time. So it's almost impossible for us to say which one is first over the other. Therefore, as the one presenter yesterday talked about, they are mutually beneficial. Which means that instead of the chairs talked about selecting one particular over another, we might think that they need to work together to build the new legacy of the Korean wave and the cultural industries. Now, then moving on to the first question, a bit the historical and the background issues. Squid Game, Hellbound, and all of us that are very contemporary, very much contemporary Korean popular culture, particularly on Netflix. But they are not only touching on the current issues, as the director Hwang Dong-hyo this morning presented. What are the historical roots, and what do we have to think about the social cultural root as the background of the success of these programs? Which means that although these programs made in 2021, 2022, actually they are rooted in 1980s, even 1990s. Of the Korean society. Therefore, we might think about what are the roots of these programs. Therefore, we can make the connection between our history and the contemporary society. So I might ask the Professor Yong-jin Won to talk about first.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to share with you the questions I had while watching this conference. There is no questions as to why Korea was chosen, selected by Netflix. Why not Japan? Why not Taiwan? But Korea? The answer is obvious. It's because Korea's production system is a little bit advanced and production manpower is relatively excellent. That we should move on to the next question. Why is Korea's production system especially healthier than other countries now? This is where some scholars make mistakes. There are some people or some scholars who jump right away and say that the government support and promotion policy is the answer. I can speak with confidence. That's not true. We need to find a fundamental root cause of the government policy. The government's cultural policy has been largely reactionary. It always moves according to stimulus from outside of each institute. Especially Korean cultural policy has been always passive and reactionary. There is an unexpected answer to explain why Korea's cultural production and production system are healthy. I want to give credit to the movement of social producers, activists, and policy theorists, and filmmakers. The movement to establish and to monitor screen quotas system since 1980s, the movement to abolish censorship, and the movement against direct film distribution by Hollywood. Would the current production system exist without such a movement? So the legacy of the movement is surprisingly enormous. I think the kind of the social consciousness contained even in Korean Netflix original, as we heard, from director Hwang, and even K-pop has a trace of that. The social movement type fandom that strategy fandom showed is still alive. And there has been a fandom movement that protested to cancel the K-pop rankings chart program on television. So that kind of energy exists and works throughout the Korean wave. However, there were not any kind of works or mentions of that kind of cultural movement history at this conference. No one can deny that the movement of filmmakers has a big echo. That's why the filmmaker system exists in a relatively healthy and competent way compared to other societies. So I strongly suggest that if you want to collect the papers and make into a big volume, so you ask to put a kind of a chapter into your volume, and whenever you have this kind of the conference, why don't you review that kind of historical background and history of that film, and the activists, cultural action like that. That's my suggestion. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Professor Won. I think that Professor Sang Joon-lee might have something to say because he is the film historian and he knows of the Korean film in the historical background.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I absolutely agree with Professor Won's comment. As a film scholar and also used to be, once upon a time, I was one of those wannabe filmmakers. I studied filmmaking in college, and my dream was to become a Cannes Award winner at the age of 25. I don't know why I chose 25, but I really wanted to become famous as someone like Orson Welles or the kind of figure who became famous early on. So I had that kind of dream, and then that was 1990s, the tumultuous period in South Korean cinema, South Korean society and culture and history. So for most filmmakers, whether they make film or TV shows for Netflix or not, it's impossible to make a film that has not rooted in South Korean history, culture, and politics. We have lived like that, and we have struggled with that for many decades. And also, we have South Korea has a sizable audience group who support that kind of content. If the South Korean filmmakers make, like Marvel Cinematic Universe type of films set in Middle Earth or somewhere in the universe, so okay, but South Korean audience, they always will be commenting or criticizing about those films that doesn't have nothing to do with our society, cultures, and history. So as Hwang Dong-hyuk in his interview also mentioned that all the South Korean content creators are worried about the response from the domestic, because the South Korean audience are probably the most difficult audience to deal with. It's very difficult to make them happy. So, internal competition and also the strong needs from the audience group and their expectations, that actually makes South Korean content become even more powerful and stronger. So, I simply say that that has been the most powerful weapon for South Korean cinema, and with that, Netflix and other OTT and global OTT and streaming medias, they're using South Korea as those very special talent and history of that. I have more to say, but probably I can have chance to talk more about it later.
Okay. Thanks so much. Maybe now we might invite two more professors to talk about the same issue, Young Han-jo and Seok Kyung-ho.
Yeah, I add quickly. Yeah, there's no question about the relation between the current Korean Netflix original and the Korean popular culture in historical way. But at the same time, I want to emphasize that there are also another reciprocal influence between Korean pop culture and other East Asian pop culture. As today, Professor Sim show us that, so we also to think about such as inter-Asian referencing between producing and circulating and consuming East Asian pop flows from one A to the other. Yeah.
Professor Hong.
Yeah, I'm very happy to hear that Professor Won raised this question of historical background and social cultural roots of this successful Korean content in the world. In these days, yeah, I often underline this dimension in my text and for students too. I think that we can go more in our country because history. Because I think that Korea is the very first only country which have succeeded in democratization and economic growth success at the same time. So during 80s, all the population tried to make this country democratic, and we all know that at the beginning of the 90s that operation of strategies is very sudden operation of strategy is not an accident. It was made, by our historical struggle. So the freedom of expression we have got during 80s, 90s make this condition of creative industry that the creators in Korea happily enjoy these days. We can say that we can know that clearly this situation, this happy situation when we compare the Korean situation to Chinese and even Japanese one. And so the freedom of expression that we get through the struggles during 80s and 90s made this condition, and we all know that the rise of K-pop and K-pop fandom is in the 90s, and even Korean drama was created from this very moment in a very competitive way between three major broadcasting systems. And the second, I'd like to underline the second element that why Korean contents are successful in the world. I know that this doing my interviews with world fandoms of Korean contents. Because Korean content, Korean films and dramas altogether, even K-pop contents, the K-pop idols' life and their V-lives, etc. All of Korean content have the traces of colonized and war, hunger, and complex social political corruption or conflicts proper to developing countries. We have all these traces even these days. And in the world, excepting the European countries and also American countries and some other rich countries as Australia or Netherlands, the entire world have this shared experience in their past or even actually. So we have so many contents that make them the moves through this shared experience. So this is the very reason that they love Korean contents, and even in the success of Korea's success in economy and democratization, give them kind of hope for their own history.
Okay, thanks so much. Let me ask the Professor Mi-Sung-woo to add something.
Okay, maybe I'm repeating the same point that Professor Lee or Professor Hong already made, but why Korea? I think Korea is really unique country who went through really condensed form of modernization in the 20th century. After going through that 35 years of colonization and 3-4 years of Korean War and U.S. military occupation and that militant dictatorship, Korea emerged as a kind of new country, and it's been only like 7 decades ever since we finished experiencing that war. So this is very new, and no country ever become a victimized country going through that war and recovering and become generously offering hands, helping Africa or other countries. And it's one of the kind of successful OECD country, South Korea has become. So while South Korea going through that historical turmoil, I think in the 21st century, Korea is now kind of awakened from that victimhood and channeling that negative historical memory into more creative and positive kind of creation, artistic creation and storytelling. And I think that's why the Korean content seem to be very much popular in the countries that went through similar experience, like France, Spain, Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, India, Italy, Germany. And if we think about all these countries, we experienced similar kind of historical experience, authoritarian government, dictatorship, militant oppression, and in that sense, I think everybody seems to be sharing similar memory, so I think that seems to be fascinating. So I just wanted to add to that.
So now then, the Professor Seung-Hae-Son.
Yes, I completely agree with all the professors said. As one of the presentation by Professor Yin yesterday has put it, the compressed growth of Korea, which led to the melodramatic mundane, which says the desire to make normal everyday life, even with all the troubles in reality. But the Squid Game is kind of different from the traditional or standard Korean dramas because it turned the most tragic and miserable reality into the very lightest form of game. That was the starting point of difference, and she actually compared the Liar Game, which was aired in TVN in 2014. That stems from the same social issues, but end up very differently. So it was very interesting. But on the other side of the text itself, I think the Korean content has been very adaptable to the new technologies, and including new media systems, new platforms, the way of using new things. When we started to do the research some 20 years ago about Hallyu, we wouldn't expect that we would come to this point. And we were asking whether Hallyu was going to stay or not. But then, my first interview with the Chinese Korean in Yeonbyeon using newly available small dish to get the Korean contents, and the Daejanggeum fans in Hong Kong doing the community fan clubs, and the the cover dance using the YouTube, and so on, and BTS interactive communication with the online army. That's all the examples of how Korean content has very easily adapted to the new technology and new media ecosystems, and that I think that's one of the probably the reasons how Korean content has been successful.
Okay, thanks so much. Since the Professor Jagi presented the paper for the first 10 minutes of this final roundtable session, we have only several minutes left, so I might expand only a few minutes instead of stretching out. So maybe we now move on to the final the topic about the future of the Korean wave in the digital platform era. OTT platforms, in general, digital platforms become major players in cultural production. Not only the production of popular culture, but the consumption of popular culture. Therefore, what are significant issues for Korean cultural industries or cultural creators to think about the further growth of Korean wave in the digital platform era? I might give the opportunity to my left, Sang-Jun Lee, to Young-Han Jo. So very briefly.
Yeah, thank you. So I can ask several questions, not the answers, but kind of starting point to think for myself as well as a film person. So. Throughout the 2 days of, not 2 years, 1.5 days of conference, I kept asking myself, is Netflix model sustainable? This kind of big question for me, because all this film industry, I mean, it seems like entire South Korean film industry is moving on to the film, the Netflix and other OTT, whether global or local. So moving on to that side. So is this model sustainable for South Korean film industry? Or can South Korean film industry get back to its pre-pandemic mode? So even after the pandemic is gone, so can we get back to its previous mode? Or will audience go back to the movie theater after the pandemic, after the era of Netflix? And then South Korean film industry can exist? That's kind of the big question. It keeps getting back to me, is I keep asking myself, that will be the kind of, we will have to think about the future of South Korean cinema and South Korean media, because it also changes TV industry as well. So the pace of transformation is so unprecedentedly fast. So things are changing so much, so fast. So that's that kind of question I will also think about that for in the near future. And also I want to ask to change, to probably expand our scope, that whether we've been talking about how Netflix is influencing the global media, is changing the way of perceiving South Korean media and culture. But at the same time, we also can ask how Netflix is changing our media culture in South Korea, because for the past several years, not only South Korea, but several other countries also have developed global content through Netflix, such as Spain, and I keep watching, keep seeing Turkish TV shows in Germany, and Taiwan as well. So once when I watched a German TV show Dark, all of a sudden my Netflix kept asking me or recommending me to another German shows or Turkish shows, and also Spanish shows. So that was actually, I have never seen any German shows or Turkish TV shows in my life. So I began watching them. So it's probably not only my case. So whole world is actually changing because of this new evolutionary way of watching global TV. So this happened for within 3 to 5 years, and then during the pandemic era has been changed dramatically. So that will change South Korea, our own media culture industry, the way of receiving the world. So so we have a lot to talk about, to think about, to discuss about. So this is just the beginning of our discussion or our topic on Netflix today. So there were lots of things to do.
Okay, thanks so much. Professor Won, from now on, maybe you may have only 1 minute each. So Professor Won, could you give us the final thought?
Yeah, actually, what is clear is there has been a big change due to advent of the platform like Netflix. The changes are occurring, such as the convergence of the film industry and broadcasting industry, and the integration of production and distribution on the value chain line. In addition, there is a change in the way users appreciate it. It has changed. So with that kind of phenomenon, I'm going to call it platformization. In 20 years ago, a sociologist suggested the concept of McDonaldization. McDonaldization meaning kind of the way of working, way of communication happened in the manufacturing place, like the shoe company or any other the factories. But the platformization means it give big impact both on public sphere and private sphere in our the everyday life. That kind of platformization will ask us to follow the way of life that the Netflix shows. So I think the OTT platform will be strengthened a long time. That's my kind of. It's not warning, just my, worrisome mind. I try to expose my, worrisome mind. Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much, Professor Hong.
I don't have an answer for that, but I know that we are not the only case in this transformation. So, yeah, I think that it is not just the not ordinary thing that we have many French scholars here participating in this conference, because in France they are living a deep transformation of production and distribution system. So perhaps in the near future, as is the case during the 90s, that France and Korea go together, counter WTO struggle. Well, when United States would like to impose the same free exchange for cultural works too. Why not in the near future for perhaps another kind of collaboration, and with the conscience of this, the deep meaning of this transformation here and there in the whole world.
Thanks so much, Professor Son.
Thank you. the globalization of local content will continue or intensified, whether it's OTT, whether or not it's Netflix or whatever it is, it will continue. And when I was watching Mr. Hwang's interview this morning, at the end he asked for the predictions. And I'm pretty sure that no one can predict anything at this point. But the only thing, if you are producers, I think the clever combination of the local authenticity with the global storytelling. For example, Squid Game, the costumes they are wearing during the game or the space that they are playing, the game doesn't have any hint of the local authenticity. So I guess that was the way to relate to the global audiences and get their empathy with their situations. Zombies, it's not important whether they are Korean or not. So that would be the point for the producers, and we'll see what will happen in the future. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Professor.
I think we can take a look at this drastic change happening in the media scape from a larger perspective. I mean, to be honest, we are living in the 21st century when everything is going virtual space. I mean, the biggest bookstore is online, Amazon. We are buying items through online. And so it's no wonder, and the school curriculums are drastically, going toward online systems. So it's no surprising to witness this theater, global theater or television going online. So I think this change is unavoidable in a way. And I'll just focus on two keywords, transnationalism and multiculturalism, because that was the topic of session 3 where I served as a chair. Although Netflix has maximized its benefits by monopolizing IP and copyrights, I think it also provided a kind of free battleground for creating entertaining content. So there seems to be a silent international competition going on in terms of creating better popular content, and it might lend itself to a danger of creating more stimulating excessive violence or sexually kind of graphic content. So it can be concerning to many people, but at the same time, people might be wondering what can be our unique local contents that we can create. Like UK, created Bridgerton, and some people like it, some people don't like it, and so each country seems to be going on this silent war, international war, and another keyword is issues of autonomy. I mean, Netflix is now operating a silent big brother. They know what I watched, right? And because of this algorithmic system, how much level we can claim our individual taste, right? So we have to think about these issues of autonomy. And finally, transnational nationalism. I try to be optimistic about transnationalism because in the future, Netflix or other OTT system might create a transnational production system in the future. Director Hwang mentioned in the video that although he can still be a mastermind of Squid Game, the sequel, number 2 and 3, might be created by some other writers or directors. So he might be collaborating with some other international staff members, and that kind of transnational collaboration might happening through OTT investment and distribution and creation. So. And that can definitely affect diasporic community. We didn't mention about this, but how this diasporic community in the world can serve as a bridge between their home countries and their host countries, connecting different cultures in the future. So I try to be just hopeful, but.
Thanks so much, Professor Wu. And now, finally, Professor Jo.
Okay, thank you. And very simply, I think the Netflix phenomenon in collaboration with the Korean Wave strongly encouraged Korean creator provider as well as audience to increase or develop their ethical sensitivity to various groups of global audience in the different region with the minor, LGBT, different religion, and the more. So as you know, the representation of 9/11 terror in the recent drama in 21-25 would be not acceptable to some audience who have experienced 9/11 as a personal and national strategy. And finally, actually, I have a couple of answers to our second question about developing theoretical framework, but given the time limit, I think we can continue our discussion in the future conference. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. It's a final time, so it's time to wrap up our today the conference. Since we already passed our given time, I may talk about only two things briefly. The first one is the outcome. Many the audiences and the presenters, chairs, discussants might think, what's the next step? What will be the outcome of this conference? Briefly, we are going to have two the publication project. One journal special issue, one edited volume. We have 21 papers. Therefore, we might select maybe 10 around the papers for the journal special issue, others for the edited volume. The time the line is very simple. We ask the presenters to finalize their papers by anytime June, May or June. We'll email. Therefore, we start to our way to publish the journal special issue followed by edited volume. That's our plan, our current plan. So it depends a bit, of course. Lastly, we already thanked to many organizers ourselves, students, graduate students, and the chairs discussant. Thanks so much one more time. But I mostly want to thank to audiences. Without your participation, we cannot make this wonderful the conference. Yesterday, through the YouTube Live, about 5,000 people came. Normally, the 130, 50, plus the June 20, 25, and the 20, 25 on spa. But in general, 5,000 the people clicked to enjoy part of our conference. Today, we might have similar numbers of the audiences. Thanks so much. We plan to post the conference clip on the Seoul National University Asia Center, Center for the Hallyu Studies. Therefore, if you miss or if you need to watch the part or all of them, you can certainly will watch the conference program. Thanks so much. So it's time to congratulate ourselves with the audience. Thanks so much. 수고하셨습니다.